Claire Bennett was eating cold rotisserie chicken over the kitchen sink when her pregnant sister walked in carrying divorce papers and 2 babies she claimed belonged to Claire's husband. It happened on an ordinary Tuesday night at 6:17, which felt insulting later, because betrayal should have had the manners to arrive during a thunderstorm, or at midnight, or at least with music swelling in the background. Instead, the kitchen smelled like garlic, grocery store chicken skin, and the lemon cleaner Claire had used on the counters because stress made her clean things that were already clean. Her knee ached from the rain. Her hair was pinned badly at the back of her head. She had taken off her wedding ring only long enough to rub lotion into the dry skin beneath it, and the ring sat beside the sink in a tiny blue dish shaped like a bird. Mark Bennett stood near the stove with his sleeves rolled up and his tie loosened, watching her pick the crispy skin off the chicken like it had personally offended her. To anyone else, Mark was a frightening man. He was the head of the Bennett syndicate, the kind of man who could make a room full of armed men lower their eyes by setting down a glass too quietly. People in Indianapolis did not say his name loudly unless they were brave, foolish, or already dying. But in his own kitchen, with Claire barefoot on the tile and angry at a chicken, he looked almost peaceful. Almost. "You were supposed to wait for plates," he said. Claire tore off another piece of chicken and chewed. "Plates are for people whose knee isn't predicting the weather. I brought cannoli." "You brought cannoli because you cancelled dinner with me and then tried to repair emotional damage with pastry. It has worked before. It has reduced your sentence before." Mark leaned back against the counter, and the smallest smile moved across his mouth. It was the kind of smile he never gave his men, never gave rivals, never gave the city officials who accepted his donations with nervous hands. That smile belonged to Claire alone. 8 years of marriage had taught him that his wife was soft, in the ways that mattered, and dangerous in the ways people always noticed too late. She could turn a failing restaurant into a cash machine, find missing money in a ledger faster than his accountants, remember every favor owed to the Bennett family, and terrify a room of old men with nothing but a yellow legal pad and a quiet question. To the outside world, she was easier to dismiss. Claire was not thin. She did not glide into rooms like the wives of other powerful men. She laughed too loudly when something was truly funny. She wore comfortable shoes even to expensive events. She asked ugly questions about beautiful deals. Men who saw only her round face, her wide hips, her plain cardigans, and her grocery lists thought Mark had married beneath him. Women who wanted her seat at the table smiled at her with pity sharp enough to draw blood. Claire had spent 8 years being underestimated. She had also spent 8 years letting people survive that mistake, because Mark asked her to keep the peace. Most days, she did. Some days, she made spreadsheets. That Tuesday night had been quiet before the door opened. Rain tapped against the windows of the Carmel safe house. The security lights glowed over the wet driveway. Somewhere outside, one of Mark's guards laughed softly into a radio, then went quiet the moment Mark turned his head. The house itself was warm and expensive in a way Claire still found faintly ridiculous. Marble counters, deep wood floors, hidden cameras, reinforced doors, a pantry large enough to survive a siege, and a kitchen where she still preferred eating from the container because the chicken tasted better when no one pretended it was dinner. Mark reached for the blue dish and slid her ring back toward her. "You forgot something." "I didn't forget. My fingers were greasy. You never forget. I forgot I married into a family that thinks a woman's uterus is a corporate asset." The smile left his face. Claire wished she had not said it, not because it was untrue, because the words went straight to the one private wound they never touched unless they had to: children. In 8 years, Claire had survived whispers from cousins, aunties, underbosses, priests, widows, rivals, and bored women at charity lunches who believed cruelty was prettier when poured into crystal glasses. No heir, no baby Bennett, no son for Mark, No little boy with his father's dark eyes and his mother's stubborn mouth. No daughter raised inside silk and security, learning too young that the world had teeth. People spoke around it, never directly, because Mark would not allow direct disrespect. But Claire heard the little pauses. She saw glances land on her stomach, then slide away. She caught the careful pity when another woman announced a pregnancy. She knew what they said when doors closed. Poor Mark, poor Bennett family, poor empire with no bloodline. As if Claire had sat alone in their marriage and chosen emptiness out of spite. The truth lived in a folder locked behind 2 safes and 1 old hurt. Years ago, doctors had run tests and used soft voices. Claire's numbers were not perfect. Mark's were worse. Natural conception would be difficult, they said. Not impossible, but difficult. Treatments might help. Time might help. Money could open many doors, but not everyone. Claire had watched Mark go still in that cold office, his face empty in the way it became when he was bleeding somewhere no one could see. She had taken his hand under the desk. He had squeezed once, hard enough to hurt, as if pain was easier to understand when it had shape. Later, when his mother asked what the doctors said, Claire answered first. She made the problem sound shared, vague, medical, private. She never let anyone turn Mark's pain into underworld entertainment. She loved him too much for that. She loved him even when loving him meant carrying blame that did not belong entirely to her. So when Claire made the uterus comment, Mark's eyes darkened, not with anger at her, but with the old guilt he kept locked behind his ribs. "Claire," he said quietly. She picked up the ring and slid it back onto her finger. "I'm fine. You say that when you are not. I say that when I don't want to have a long emotional conversation while holding a chicken leg." He moved toward her, slow enough that she could pretend not to notice. Mark Bennett did not move loudly. He never had. Rooms made space for him before he asked. Men mistook that quiet for calm, right up until they realized calm was not mercy. But with Claire, he softened the edges. He stopped beside her and brushed his thumb over the back of her wrist. "My dangerous girl," he murmured. She looked up at him, annoyed with herself for wanting to lean into him. "You only call me that when you're trying to make me less mad. Is it working?" "No. You're lying. A little." That was when the front door opened. Not knocked. Opened. Every guard in the house shifted. Claire heard the change before she saw anything. The radio silence, the soft scrape of a chair, Mark's head turning toward the hall. The whole house became aware of itself. Then Emily appeared in the kitchen doorway, with rain on her hair, one hand pressed dramatically to her round stomach, and a manila envelope clutched against her chest like a wounded bird. Claire's younger sister had always known how to enter a room as if the heir owed her attention. Emily was pale, pretty, and fragile in a way people rushed to protect, before asking whether she had broken the vase herself. She had Claire's mother's eyes, and none of Claire's patience. Pregnancy made her look softer, fuller, almost innocent, but Claire noticed the details first. The expensive coat Emily could not afford, the diamond studs she had not owned last month, the trembling mouth that trembled too perfectly, the way her gaze moved first to Mark, then to Claire, then behind her. Dominic Russo stepped into the kitchen after her, and there it was, the rotten center of the evening. Dominic was one of Mark's underbosses, a clean-shaven, sharp-suited man with a smile that never reached the room before his ambition did. He had always treated Claire like an unfortunate decoration, useful enough when legal numbers needed cleaning, embarrassing when photographed beside the Bennett name. He believed power should look a certain way, thin, cold, elegant, fertile, obedient. Claire had watched him underestimate women, waiters, quiet men, old men, sick men, anyone whose danger did not announce itself quickly enough. He had never liked Claire. Claire had never liked making his life easy. Mark's voice dropped. "Why is he here?" Emily flinched, as if the question had struck her, which was impressive, considering it had been directed at Dominic. "I needed someone with me," she whispered. Claire set down the chicken. Mark did not look away from Dominic. "You walked my wife's sister into my house without permission." Dominic lifted both hands, calm and smug. "This is family business." "No," Mark said. "Family knocks." Claire wiped her fingers on a paper towel, slowly, carefully. She had learned a long time ago that panic made people generous with information if you did not interrupt them too soon. Emily was breathing too fast, but not from fear. Dominic's shoulders were too loose. He thought the difficult part had already been done. That meant there was a plan in motion somewhere Claire could not see yet. She looked at the envelope. "Emily," she said, "what did you bring into my kitchen?" Emily's eyes filled with tears. Real tears, maybe. Emily had always been able to cry honestly while lying completely. "I didn't want to do it this way." "That's interesting," Claire said, "because you did come here this way." Mark took one step forward. Emily placed both hands over her stomach as if he might harm the babies by breathing too close. Mark stopped. Claire saw the flicker of disgust move through his face. Not at the children, never at children, but at the way Emily used them like a shield before anyone had even raised a weapon. Dominic placed the envelope on the counter. The sound was small. It still felt like a gun being cocked. Emily looked at Mark. "I'm pregnant with twins." The kitchen went still. Claire felt the words enter the room and search for somewhere to land. They landed everywhere. On the marble, on the ring dish, on Mark's loosened tie, on the chicken cooling beside the sink. On the wound people had spent years pressing with dirty fingers. Mark's face did not change. Claire's did not either. Emily swallowed. "They're yours, Mark." For a moment, no one moved. Then one of the guards in the hallway said something under his breath, and another one silenced him so fast it sounded like a threat. Mark looked at Emily as if she had spoken in a language he did not respect enough to learn. "No." Emily's mouth trembled. "I know this is hard." "No," he repeated, softer. Dominic sighed, like a tired man forced to guide emotional people toward reason. "Mark, I understand your first instinct is denial." Claire turned her head toward him. "And your first instinct is apparently trespassing." Dominic's smile tightened. "Claire, this doesn't need to become ugly." That was a brave sentence to say while standing in my kitchen with my sister, my husband, and an envelope that smells like bad law. For the first time, Emily looked nervous. Good, Claire thought. Mark reached for the envelope, but Claire got there first. His eyes flicked to her hand. She did not look at him. If she looked at Mark too soon, she might see rage. If she saw rage, she might have to calm it. If she calmed it, Dominic would win something. Tonight, Claire needed stillness. She opened the envelope and pulled out the papers. Divorce petition, proposed settlement, temporary transfer of residence, temporary business restructuring, temporary financial protections for unborn Bennett heirs. Claire almost laughed. Temporary was such a cowardly word when people meant theft. The first page was sloppy, the second was worse. By the third, Claire knew exactly what this was. Not a real legal strategy. Not yet. A pressure document. A performance dressed in legal clothing. It had enough expensive words to frighten someone who did not read contracts for breakfast, and enough insulting terms to make her angry if she allowed anger to drive. She read anyway. Mark watched her face. Dominic watched Mark watching her. Emily cried quietly. No one seemed to notice that Claire's hands had gone completely steady. The agreement would push her from the Carmel house while paternity was resolved. It would freeze her access to certain shared accounts for the protection of potential heirs. It would place the Bennett family's legitimate businesses under temporary male oversight, naming Dominic Russo as transitional advisor. It would provide Emily with secure housing, medical care, and a monthly allowance so large, Claire paused and read the number twice, not because it shocked her, but because she recognized the rhythm of someone spending money that was not theirs. There were fake citations, rushed language. A judge's name misspelled once. Mark's legal middle name wrong on page 7. Claire's company title outdated by 3 years. Beautiful. Amateur hour with cufflinks. Someone in the hall muttered, "Maybe Mark married the wrong sister." Mark turned his head. The hallway died. Claire did not look up from the papers. "Who said that?" No one answered. "That's fine," she said. "Cowards are usually shy." Mark's voice was barely there. Claire. She could hear the warning in it. Not for her, for everyone else. He was close to doing something that would leave permanent silence in the house. She reached out without looking and touched 2 fingers to his wrist. He stopped. Just like that. Dominic saw it. Of course he did. His mouth tightened with something like hatred. 8 years, and he still did not understand that Claire's power over Mark had never come from weakness. Mark did not lower his voice for her because she was delicate. He lowered it because she was the only person in his world who could stand in front of his worst instincts and not flinch. Claire turned to the final page. There it was, acknowledgement of receipt, not agreement, not consent. Just proof that the document had been delivered. She picked up a pen from the counter, the red one she used to mark grocery prices when the house staff overspent on produce. Dominic leaned forward slightly. Emily stopped crying long enough to watch. Mark understood before anyone else. His breath changed. Claire signed only the acknowledgement line, one clean signature. Then she capped the pen and placed it down beside the chicken. Dominic blinked. "You need to sign the settlement." "No, sweetheart," Claire said gently. "You need me to sign the settlement. Different problem." Emily's tears returned. "Claire, please. The babies need stability. Babies need a lot of things. Apparently tonight, they need better lawyers." Dominic's face cooled. "This isn't a joke. I know. Jokes are structured better." Mark's mouth almost moved. Almost. Emily pressed a hand to her stomach. "I didn't want to hurt you." Claire looked at her sister then, really looked. Beneath the tears and pretty trembling, Emily looked tired. Scared, too, but not in the way innocent people were scared. She looked like someone who had climbed onto a horse too large and suddenly realized it had teeth. "Then why bring Dominic?" Claire asked. Emily's eyes slid away. There it was. Claire folded the papers and placed them back in the envelope. "You've delivered them. You can leave." Dominic did not move. The family will expect a response. The family can learn patience. This concerns Bennett's heirs. Mark's hand hit the counter. Not hard. Not loud. Every person in the kitchen still froze. "My wife gave you an answer," he said. Dominic's throat moved. "Mark, with respect. Do not put respect on a sentence you dragged through my door like mud." Claire reached for the chicken again, because it gave her something ordinary to do, while the room burned carefully around her. She took one bite, chewed, and looked at Emily. "Are you safe?" Emily stared. "What? Are you safe where you're staying?" For the first time all night, something real flashed across her sister's face. Confusion, shame, maybe grief. Then Dominic placed a hand at Emily's back, and the expression disappeared. "She is protected," he said. Claire's eyes moved to his hand. "That is not what I asked her," Emily whispered. "I'm fine." Claire hated those words. She had said them too often herself. Mark stepped aside, clearing the path to the hall. It was not hospitality. It was dismissal. Dominic took the envelope back. Emily lingered for 1 second, her gaze dropping to Claire's wedding ring, then to Mark's face. Something like apology trembled on her mouth, but she swallowed it. Then she left with Dominic. The front door closed. The house stayed quiet. Claire reached for another piece of chicken. Her hand shook for the first time. Mark saw it. He always saw the things she wished he wouldn't. "I did not touch her," he said. "I know. I did not sleep with her. I know. I have never wanted your sister." "I know, Mark." His jaw tightened. "Then why are you shaking?" Claire looked at the envelope-shaped emptiness on the counter. "Because they didn't come here hoping I would believe it. They came here hoping everyone else would." Mark turned toward the hall. I will end Dominic tonight. No, Claire, no. His eyes burned. He walked into my house with your sister and tried to erase you, and he did it badly. That does not comfort me. It should. Bad plans leave fingerprints. Mark stared at her, then at the counter, where she had signed only one line. Understanding settled in his face, dark and proud and furious all at once. You're setting a trap. Claire picked up her wedding ring dish and moved it away from the sink, suddenly annoyed it had witnessed so much. I'm letting him think I'm humiliated enough to run. He will expect you to leave, so I'll leave. No, publicly. His expression changed. Claire leaned against the counter, tired now, more tired than angry. They want the family to believe I was pushed out. Let them. I'll go to a hotel near Keystone Crossing, somewhere visible, somewhere your cousins' wives can see me looking tragic near the lobby coffee machine. You stay here and look wounded and dangerous. Dominic will get comfortable. Emily will spend money. Whoever drafted that garbage will make another move. Mark moved closer. You think I'm letting you sleep alone in a hotel while they use my name to shame you? I think you're going to sneak in through the service entrance with coffee and a weapon, like the dramatic criminal you are. I am not dramatic. You once threatened a zoning official in a church parking lot during a baptism. He insulted your parking structure. It was a garage. It was your garage. She should not have smiled. The night did not deserve her smile, but it came anyway, small and tired, and Mark looked at it like a man seeing land after weeks at sea. Then he touched her face, carefully, as if she might break, though Claire Bennett had never broken quietly in her life. They don't get to take your seat, he said. No, she whispered. They don't. They don't get to blame you anymore. Something in her chest twisted. Claire looked down. We'll deal with that later. No, we deal with it now. She shook her head. If you charge into that conversation tonight, it becomes guilt. If we wait, it becomes testimony. Mark was silent for a moment. Then he said, You are terrifying with paperwork. Claire looked back up at him. That's why you married me. I married you because you called me an arrogant funeral statue at your father's wake. You were standing by the flowers looking expensive and emotionally unavailable. I was grieving. You were posing. His thumb brushed her cheek. You still said yes when I asked you to dinner. You brought cannoli. I learned quickly. The kitchen softened around them for one fragile breath. Rain whispered against the windows. The guards stayed far away. The chicken cooled. Claire let Mark pull her close, not because she needed holding, but because he needed to know she had not stepped away from him inside her heart. But even in his arms, her mind kept moving. The document, the timing, Dominic's confidence, Emily's coat, the hidden money implied by that monthly allowance. The way Emily had looked when asked if she was safe, the ugly little phrase about Bennett heirs, planted carefully enough to spread. By morning everyone would know. By noon someone would have a version where Claire cried. By dinner someone would say Mark had finally done what powerful men were expected to do when their wives failed them. By the weekend, women who had kissed Claire's cheek at charity events would whisper that Emily was younger, prettier, useful. Men who owed Claire money would wonder if they could delay payment until the new order settled. Good, let them wonder. Claire Bennett had built half the legal empire they thought she was about to lose. She knew every lease, every liquor license, every vendor contract, every insurance schedule, every quiet little business that turned Bennett fear into clean money. She knew which cousins skimmed from construction, which restaurant manager lied about spoilage, which shipping company was too loyal to Dominic, which account Emily's rent had passed through 3 months ago, though Claire had not known then what she was seeing. Now she did. Mark kissed the top of her head. What are you thinking? He asked. Claire closed her eyes. I'm thinking your family is going to be very disappointed when they learn fat women read the fine print. Mark's laugh was quiet and dangerous with love. The next morning, Claire packed 1 suitcase, 3 cardigans, 2 pairs of comfortable shoes, her laptop, her old fertility records, and the red pen from the kitchen. She did not cry where anyone could see. She did not slam doors. She did not give the staff a speech. She let Mark stand in the front hall looking like a man whose whole body wanted to become war, and she kissed him gently enough to confuse every watching guard. Then she walked out of the Bennett house as if she had been defeated. By lunchtime, the first whispers reached the family. By evening, Dominic Russo smiled in 3 different rooms, and by 6:17 that night, Claire Bennett sat alone in a hotel room near Keystone Crossing, wearing soft pajamas, eating cannoli from a white bakery box, and opening every bank record Emily had been stupid enough to hide under labels Claire herself had designed years ago. She was not gone. She was counting. At 6:17 the next night, Claire Bennett sat cross-legged on a hotel bed with cannoli cream on her thumb, bank statements spread over the comforter, and the calm expression of a woman who had just found the first loose brick in a wall someone thought was solid. Outside the window, Keystone Crossing glowed in the rain, all glass, headlights, and expensive stores pretending nothing ugly ever happened nearby. Inside the room, Claire had turned the coffee table into a war desk. Her laptop hummed. Her red pen rolled toward a half-empty cup of hotel coffee. 3 highlighters sat in a neat row beside a bakery box. Her knee hurt. Her back hurt. Her pride did not. The first transfer was small enough to miss. $780, hidden under the label Event Floral Correction. Claire stared at it for a long moment because she remembered that event. A fundraiser at the museum. White lilies. Too many candles. One senator's wife who had fainted because she had eaten nothing but champagne and spite all day. There had been no floral correction. Claire had personally argued the florist down by $400 because 2 centerpieces arrived wilted. Yet the account showed an extra payment 2 days later, routed through one of the family's hospitality companies, then passed to an apartment management firm on the north side. Emily's apartment. Claire made a soft sound through her nose. Sloppy, she whispered. She opened another statement. Then another. The same pattern appeared again, faint at first, then bold enough to feel insulting. Car repair, labeled as kitchen equipment maintenance. Credit card payment, labeled as seasonal linens. Medical copay, labeled as vendor deposit. Emily had been receiving money for months. Maybe longer. Not direct enough to announce itself. Not hidden well enough to survive Claire Bennett with coffee and a grudge. At 7:03, someone knocked twice, paused, then knocked once more. Claire did not look up. That better be either my husband or room service with more coffee. The door opened, and Mark Bennett stepped inside wearing a dark coat, rain on his shoulders, and the expression of a man who had considered several illegal solutions on the drive over and been forced to reject them only because his wife liked evidence. He shut the door behind him and locked it. In one hand, he carried coffee. In the other, a bakery bag. A gun rested beneath his coat because Mark believed romance and caution were not enemies. Claire glanced at him. You came through the service hallway, didn't you? Yes. Did you scare anyone? Only one bellman. Did he deserve it? He asked if I needed help finding my wife's room. Claire finally smiled. So yes. Mark crossed the room and set the coffee beside her. He looked at the bed, at the papers, at the bright lines of highlighter spreading across the records like little trails of fire. His face changed slowly. How much? He asked. So far? Enough to prove Emily has been living better than she cries. Mark's mouth tightened. From our accounts. From accounts Dominic could access through the Business Restructuring Committee. Not directly from you. Not directly from me. He wanted distance. But the routing is lazy. She tapped the laptop screen. He thought nobody would search for fake labels because he thought pushing me out would make me too embarrassed to count. Mark looked at her for a long moment. He does not know you. No, Claire said, reaching for the coffee. He knows the version of me he invented because it made him feel taller. Mark removed his coat and hung it over the chair. He wanted to pace, Claire could feel it. Mark's anger never entered a room loudly, but it changed the air pressure. The lamp seemed dimmer beside him. The walls seemed thinner. A man like Mark Bennett could order 10 things before midnight, and every one of them would make Dominic Russo wish he had chosen a quieter life. But Mark did not make the call. He stood beside the bed and waited. Claire softened despite herself. "You're doing well. I am standing still while a man steals from my wife and parades your sister through my family." "Yes, personal growth." His eyes moved to hers. "This is not funny." "No. But if I don't joke, I'll start screaming. And if I start screaming, you'll make it a murder thing. It is already a murder thing in my heart. That is why I handle paperwork." Mark sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped under him. He reached for one statement, read it, then another. His thumb brushed the name of one transfer, and his expression became colder. "I trusted Dominic with access." Claire took the paper back gently. "You trusted him with limited access under review. He abused it. That's on him. I should have seen it. You were busy running a criminal empire and pretending you didn't care that your cousins whispered about my body at brunch." The sentence landed quietly, but it landed hard. Mark looked at her. Claire wished she had said it softer. Then she decided softness had already been too expensive. "You heard them," she said. His jaw moved once. "Sometimes. And when you did, you scared them quiet. Yes. But you never corrected the story." His eyes lowered for half a second, and that tiny motion hurt more than any argument. Mark Bennett did not lower his eyes for judges, rivals, priests, or men with guns. But shame did what bullets could not. Claire placed the statement on the bed between them. "I protected you because I loved you, but somewhere along the way, protecting you became letting them blame me. I need that to stop." "It stops," he said. "Not with threats." His gaze lifted. "Claire, no. Threats make people careful in public and cruel in private. I want the truth placed where everyone can see it and no one can rewrite it. You want to tell them about the records. I want to tell them enough, not everything. Not every painful number, not every doctor's note, but enough that the lie can't keep eating at my name." Mark was silent. Rain moved down the window in thin, shining lines. Then he said, "I was ashamed. I know, not of you. I know that too." His voice roughened. "Of myself, of wanting children and failing you. Of watching you take every look, every whisper, and saying nothing because you thought silence was kindness." Claire touched his hand. "It was kindness at first. Then it became a habit. Habits can become cages, even when love builds them." Mark turned his hand over and laced his fingers through hers. "No more cages." The words were simple. That made them stronger. The next morning, Claire met Denise Holloway in a private conference room above a quiet downtown law office that did not put its real name on the building directory. Denise was in her 50s, small, elegant, and terrifying in the clean way very good lawyers often were. She wore pearl earrings, red lipstick, and a grey suit so sharp it looked capable of filing motions by itself. She had handled Bennett legal disasters for 15 years and had never once raised her voice, which Claire respected more than she trusted most men with guns. Denise read the divorce papers without reacting. Then she removed her glasses, folded them, and set them on the table. "Well," she said, "this is offensive to the law." Claire leaned back. "That was my first note too. It is not enforceable as written. It is barely coherent. Whoever prepared this did not expect litigation. They expected panic. Dominic expected shame. Then Dominic should have chosen a woman with less filing discipline." Claire liked her more every time she spoke. Denise turned to the bank records. Her face stayed calm, but her pen began moving faster. "These transfers are useful. Not complete yet, but useful. We need source authorization, internal access logs, and confirmation that Emily received benefit from the payments. We also need to know whether she signed anything. She'll say Dominic handled it. Possibly true. Does that help her? It may help her avoid certain charges. It will not help her become queen of your kitchen. Claire laughed once, then stopped because the sound almost became something else. Denise's gaze softened, just slightly. Claire, listen to me carefully. They can ask for your money. They can ask for your home. They can ask for your chair at the table. But you do not have to shrink to make their request look reasonable. Claire looked down at her hands. Her wedding ring caught the conference room light. For 8 years, she had been strong in ways people praised only after needing them. Strong enough to manage grief. Strong enough to absorb insult. Strong enough to make Mark's empire look cleaner than it was. Strong enough to smile at babies while her own empty nursery stayed a guest room with perfect curtains. Everyone loved a strong woman when her strength kept them comfortable. Denise tapped the papers. The most dangerous thing you can do now is disappear emotionally. Physically, the hotel is fine, strategically useful, but do not let them make you act like a woman begging to return. This is your marriage, your business, your life. You are not a visitor in it. Claire swallowed. I needed to hear that. I know. That is why I charged Mark double. Claire smiled. Good. For the next week, the lie grew exactly the way Claire expected. Someone saw her in the hotel lobby and pretended not to see her. Someone sent flowers with no card. Someone from Mark's family called and asked if she was resting, which meant they wanted to know if she was crying. Claire said she was very busy and hung up before the woman could enjoy herself. Mark visited every night through the service hallway with coffee, cannoli, sandwiches, or once, a full lasagna because he claimed hotel meals were an attack on marriage. Each visit looked secret to anyone watching. That was the point. Publicly, Mark was grim and distant. Privately, he lay beside Claire on the too-soft hotel bed while she read account numbers aloud, and he tried not to threaten the printer when it jammed. By Thursday, Denise found the access logs. By Friday, one of Mark's quiet accountants confirmed Dominic had requested temporary review access 3 months earlier, claiming Claire was overwhelmed and needed support. By Saturday, Claire found Emily's old messages, not through hacking, not through anything dramatic. Through a forgotten shared cloud folder Emily had used years ago when she needed Claire to review her divorce budget. Emily had never cleaned it. Emily had never cleaned anything when someone else might eventually do it for her. Most of the folder was useless. Old receipts, baby name lists, apartment photos. A grocery budget Emily had ignored within 2 days. Then Claire found a screenshot saved under the name Don't Forget. A text conversation with Tom Carter, Emily's ex-husband. The messages were messy, emotional, and dated right inside the possible conception window. Tom asking if they were really trying again. Emily saying she did not know. Tom saying he still loved her. Emily telling him not to make promises unless he meant them. Then one message that made Claire sit completely still. If I'm pregnant, it could be yours. Claire read it 3 times. Then she called Denise. Then she called Tom. Tom Carter did not sound like a hero when he answered. He sounded like a tired man standing too close to a truth he wished would choose someone else. He agreed to meet Claire in the back booth of a diner outside the city, the kind of place with chipped mugs, bright pie displays, and waitresses who had seen enough bad marriages to stop reacting. Tom arrived in a work jacket with dark circles under his eyes. He was not powerful, not polished, not the kind of man Dominic feared. He looked like someone who paid his bills late but remembered birthdays. Claire had always thought he was weak because Emily had described him that way. Sitting across from him, she wondered how many people had mistaken kindness for weakness simply because it did not announce itself. Tom wrapped both hands around his coffee. I didn't know she was saying Mark was the father until 3 days ago. Claire watched his face. And now I don't know what to think. Did you and Emily reconcile? He gave a tired laugh. For about 9 days, which is exactly as healthy as it sounds. During the conception window? Yes. Did she tell you the babies might be yours? He looked down. At first? Then she stopped taking my calls. Then Dominic answered once and told me Emily needed stability, not another failed man disappointing her. Claire's hand tightened around her mug. Tom looked up. Are they mine? I don't know. If they are, I want to know. That may become uncomfortable. Claire, my life has been uncomfortable since I married your sister. That was the first thing he said that made her trust him a little. He slid his phone across the table. Take the messages, all of them. I don't want to hurt Emily, but if those are my kids, I won't let some underboss use them to climb over your marriage. Claire looked at him then with something gentler than suspicion. You understand what kind of room you may have to walk into? Tom nodded, though fear moved clearly across his face. No, but I'll walk in anyway. On Sunday, Ruth Bennett called. Ruth never wasted words, affection, or ammunition. Mark's mother was 71, silver-haired, sharp-eyed, and dressed every day as if she expected to meet an enemy before lunch. She had never been cruel to Claire in the easy way other relatives were. Ruth was too intelligent for easy cruelty. Her judgments came wrapped in silence, which was sometimes worse. She had accepted Claire because Mark loved her, and because Claire made the family richer. Whether she had ever truly chosen Claire was a different question. Dinner tonight, Ruth said. Claire was standing in the hotel bathroom, trying to make her hair behave. Hello to you too. 7 o'clock. The whole inner circle. That sounds festive. It is not. Will Emily be there? Yes. Dominic? Yes. Claire looked at herself in the mirror. Round face. Calm eyes. Lipstick slightly uneven. A woman everyone kept expecting to fold. Does Mark know? He is standing in my sitting room looking like he plans to remove people from the earth. That means yes. Ruth paused. Claire. There was something different in her voice. Claire waited. I should have asked more questions years ago. The words were not an apology. Not fully. Ruth Bennett would rather eat glass than become sentimental before dinner. But they were something. Claire's throat tightened. Yes, you should have. I will see you at 7. The line clicked off. Claire stared at the phone, then exhaled. Well, that was almost human. At 7, Claire arrived first. That mattered. She did not sneak into Ruth Bennett's house. She did not come through the side door like a woman being forgiven. She walked through the front entrance wearing a deep green dress, comfortable black shoes, her wedding ring, and the same red pen clipped inside her handbag. Conversation in the foyer thinned the moment people saw her. Cousins, uncles, advisors, men who had once asked her to explain profit margins slowly because they assumed numbers sounded different from a fat woman's mouth. Claire smiled politely. It made several people nervous. Ruth waited near the dining room doors. Her gaze moved over Claire once. Good dress. Good house. Terrible family. I wasn't going to say it first. Ruth's mouth moved by one tiny degree. In another woman, it might have been a smile. Mark arrived 3 minutes later. He entered with Dominic on one side of the room, Emily on the other, and every eye waiting to see where he would go. He did not hesitate. He walked straight to Claire. He did not kiss Emily's cheek. He did not greet Dominic. He stopped beside his wife and touched the small of her back with careful, public certainty. The room understood. Dominic's smile thinned. Emily's face crumpled just enough to gather sympathy from 2 aunties near the fireplace. Dinner was served in Ruth's long dining room beneath a chandelier that had probably heard more threats than prayers. Claire sat at Mark's right. Emily sat across from her, one hand on her stomach, Dominic beside her like a proud shadow. Ruth sat at the head of the table and let silence season the first course. For 20 minutes, people pretended to eat. Then Dominic placed his fork down. Since we are all here, he said, perhaps we should discuss the future. Mark's hand went still around his glass. Claire kept eating soup. Dominic continued, no one wants conflict. Emily is carrying children who may be Bennett blood. She deserves protection. Claire looked up. From whom? He smiled. Instability. Specificity is so attractive in an argument. Try some. A few eyes dropped to plates. Emily's tears appeared on schedule. Claire, I know you hate me right now. I don't hate you. That made Emily blink. Claire set down her spoon. I am disappointed. I am angry. I am tired of cleaning up after your choices, but hate would require me to center you more than I currently have time for. Dominic leaned forward. You see, this bitterness is exactly why— Finish that sentence carefully, Mark said. Dominic stopped. Ruth lifted her wine glass. No. Let him finish. I am interested in watching him choose. The room went very still. Dominic adjusted his cuffs. I only mean Claire has been under emotional strain for years. The family has waited for an heir. We have all been delicate about that pain. Claire laughed softly, not loudly, not bitterly, softly enough that it frightened more people than shouting would have. Delicate, she said. That's a pretty word for what you people have been. Emily whispered. Claire, please. No, Emily, not tonight. Claire opened her handbag and removed a folder. Dominic's gaze dropped to it. He was good enough to hide fear from most people. Claire was not most people. For 8 years, Claire said, this family has allowed one version of my marriage to circulate. The version where Mark wanted children, and I failed to provide them. Some of you said it kindly. Some of you said it after wine. Some of you looked at my body like it was a broken machine, and I let it pass because my husband's medical pain was private. Mark closed his eyes for 1 second. Claire placed one paper on the table, face down. The truth is that fertility was never only my burden. It was ours, mine and Mark's. Shared, complicated, painful, and absolutely none of your business until you made my worth dependent on it. No one spoke, not even Dominic. Claire did not reveal every record. She did not humiliate Mark. She showed enough. A doctor's summary, a line about combined factors, a note about difficult natural conception. The room shifted as people realized the story they had fed on for years had teeth pointed in the wrong direction. Mark reached under the table and took her hand. He did not hide it. Claire let him. Then she turned the next page. Now, Emily. Emily began crying harder. I was scared. I believe you. I also believe scared people can still lie, Dominic said. These accusations are cruel. Claire slid the bank records across the table. These transfers are cruel. Rent, credit cards, car repairs, legal bills, all paid quietly through business accounts Dominic accessed after telling staff I was overwhelmed. Ruth picked up one page. Her face became stone. Mark looked at Dominic. No rage now, no explosion, just a calm so deep it emptied the room of comfort. Dominic's voice stayed smooth. Emily needed help. Claire was aware of some support. Was I aware of seasonal linen payments covering my sister's credit card? Claire asked, because I would remember approving blankets from Nordstrom. One cousin coughed and covered it badly. Emily whispered. Dominic said it was family money. Claire looked at her. And you believed family money meant money hidden from me. Emily's mouth opened, then closed. Claire almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Then she remembered the divorce papers, the settlement, the way Emily had stood in her kitchen and let another man try to erase her. The dining room doors opened. Tom Carter stepped inside. Emily turned white. Dominic stood halfway. What is he doing here? Tom looked terrified. He still walked forward. Claire respected that more than she expected. Tom placed his phone on the table. Emily told me the babies might be mine. That was before she understood what was at stake. Dominic snapped. Mark's head turned slowly toward him. What exactly was at stake? Dominic realized the mistake too late. Tom's voice shook, but it held. We were together during the window. I have the messages. She said if she was pregnant, it could be mine. I asked for a test when the babies were born. Then she stopped answering me. Every person at the table turned toward Emily. Emily covered her face with both hands. The sound she made was not pretty. It was not practiced. It was raw, young, and frightened. and for the first time all night, Claire saw her sister without performance. A pregnant woman trapped in the wreckage of her own lies, used by a man smarter than her and crueler than she wanted to admit. "I don't know," Emily sobbed. "I don't know who the father is." The room collapsed without anyone moving. Dominic's plan did not explode. Explosions were too quick. It folded, quietly, publicly, one support beam at a time. The heirs were uncertain. The money was traceable. The divorce papers were trash. Claire was not ashamed. Mark was not divided. Tom was not gone. Emily was not useful enough to crown. And Dominic was suddenly just a man standing too close to his own fingerprints. Mark did not stand. He did not shout. He did not throw a glass or order anyone dragged from the table. He simply looked at Dominic and said, "You are done." Dominic tried to smile. "Mark, let's not be emotional." Claire picked up her spoon. "I love when men call consequences emotional." Ruth set down the bank record. "Dominic, leave my table." He looked from Ruth to Mark, then to the men standing near the wall. No one moved to help him. That was the first real punishment. Not pain, isolation. Dominic walked out under the eyes of the family he had tried to control. Emily remained at the table, crying into her hands. Tom stood behind her chair, unsure whether he had the right to comfort her. Claire watched him, then gave the smallest nod. He stepped closer. Emily did not pull away. Months passed. Not cleanly, not softly, but they passed. The twins were born on a cold morning, with pink faces, strong lungs, and no interest in the adult scandal that had prepared the world for them. A paternity test confirmed they were Tom Carter's children. Tom cried when he found out. Emily cried too, for different reasons. Mark sent security to the hospital anyway, because babies did not deserve fewer guards just because their mother had lied. Emily was cut off from Bennett money. Not abandoned, not destroyed, cut off. There was a difference, and Claire made sure everyone understood it. Tom stepped up with shaking hands and honest effort. Emily moved into a smaller apartment. She complained at first, then less, then not to Claire at all. Dominic disappeared from the Bennett organization in a way people discussed only once, very quietly, and never during meals. No one asked Claire for details. Claire did not have them, and she did not want them. Justice did not require her to watch every consequence arrive. Some doors could close without her standing in the frame. Claire returned to the Bennett house on her own terms. That was important. Mark wanted to send a car, flowers, staff, a speech, and possibly a priest. Claire told him if he made her return look like a funeral procession, she would turn around and check back into the hotel. So she came home on a Thursday afternoon with one suitcase, her laptop, and the red pen. The guards greeted her carefully. The staff smiled too hard. Ruth waited in the foyer with a cup of tea and said only, "The house has been annoying without you." Claire answered, "I assumed." That evening, Mark found her in the office that had always unofficially been hers and was now officially hers because she had made Denise put it in writing. Claire's name sat on the business documents. Her access had been restored, strengthened, and protected from helpful male oversight. 3 cousins had suddenly remembered they respected her. One uncle sent flowers. Claire returned them with a note that said she preferred timely quarterly reports. Mark stood in the doorway and watched her work. Claire did not look up. "If you're going to hover, bring coffee." He brought coffee. He also brought cannoli. For once, she accepted both without making him earn it. Weeks later, on another ordinary night, Claire and Mark ate takeout from cartons in the kitchen because ordinary things felt sacred after a season of betrayal. The safe house smelled like soy sauce, rain, and lemon cleaner. Her knee ached again. Mark had removed his jacket. Claire had kicked off her shoes. The blue bird dish sat beside the sink, holding nothing because her ring was on her finger where it belonged. Mark watched her across the counter. "Do you regret staying?" Claire paused with noodles halfway to her mouth. On your team. With me. The question was quiet. That made it heavier. She set down the carton. For a moment, she saw everything. Emily in the doorway. Dominic's envelope. The dining room going silent. The old doctor's office. Mark's shame. Her own silence. The years she had mistaken endurance for peace, because everyone praised her for carrying pain neatly. No, she said. I don't regret staying with you. Mark's shoulders eased, but only a little. Claire reached across the counter and touched his hand. But I would have regretted staying small. His eyes held hers. I was never afraid of the war, she said. I was afraid I had started believing the things people said about me. That I was lucky to be chosen, lucky to be tolerated, lucky to sit at a table I helped build. Mark turned her hand over and kissed her palm, slow and reverent, like a vow spoken without an audience. The Bennett empire was never built on heirs, he said. It was built on loyalty. Claire smiled faintly. And accounting. And accounting, he agreed. Outside, the rain softened against the windows. Somewhere down the hall, a guard laughed into the radio and quickly lowered his voice. The house breathed around them, no longer innocent, but honest, in a way it had not been before. Claire picked up her noodles again. Also, if you ever let your cousins blame me for anything medical again, I will restructure their salaries into dust. Mark's mouth curved. My dangerous girl. She pointed her fork at him. Don't use romance to avoid policy. I would never. You absolutely would. He smiled then, the private smile. The one that belonged only to the woman people had mistaken for soft, because they did not understand softness could survive fire. Claire looked at him, at the kitchen, at the ring on her hand, at the life that had almost been stolen by people who thought her value could be voted on in a dining room. And finally she understood something simple enough to feel like peace. Justice was not always revenge. Sometimes it was keeping your seat at the table. Sometimes it was making your enemies watch you laugh. Sometimes it was telling the truth, without apologizing for how long it took to say it. Sometimes it was loving a powerful man without letting his shame become your prison. And sometimes, on an ordinary night after the war had passed, justice was eating takeout in your own kitchen, while the most feared man in Indianapolis looked at you like the whole empire had only ever been a house waiting for you to come home. The old Bellwether Opera House had survived fires, bankrupt owners, ghost stories, and one murder nobody in the city liked to talk about. But on the night Molly Johnston walked through its service entrance carrying an antique wedding gown over one tired arm, the building was holding a secret more dangerous than all of them. Somewhere beyond the velvet curtains and gold-painted balconies, powerful men were bidding on things that had no business being sold in public. And one quiet, fat seamstress from the wrong side of town was about to be mistaken for someone important. It should have been a small mistake. A badge handed to the wrong woman. A name skipped on a clipboard. A door opened when it should have stayed closed. But in certain rooms, one mistake can pull a person out of an invisible life and place her directly in the path of a man everyone else was afraid to look at for too long. Molly Johnston knew how to move through places without asking the world to make space for her. She had learned it young, first in crowded school hallways where boys made jokes under their breath, then in thrift stores where saleswomen looked at her body before they looked at her face, then in the tiny back room of Bellamy Bridal, where she spent most of her evenings sewing beauty onto other women while wearing clothes that had given up on trying to be pretty. She was 30 years old, practical, heavy, tired in a way that sleep did not fix, and so used to being underestimated that she had almost stopped noticing the exact moment it happened. Almost. She still noticed. She noticed when brides forgot her name after she saved their impossible gowns. She noticed when mothers of the bride said things like, "You must be so good with your hands," in the same voice people used for children. She noticed when rich women stepped around her in the fitting room, half dressed in silk and lace, as if Molly were not a person, but a padded chair placed there for convenience. The back room of Bellamy Bridal always smelled like steamed fabric, old coffee, and panic. It was a narrow little space with cracked tile, yellow light, and racks of gowns packed so tightly together that the sleeves brushed Molly's shoulders whenever she walked by. The shop itself had once been lovely, or at least Molly liked to imagine it had been. There were faded photos on the wall of smiling brides from 20 years ago, back when the neighborhood had better foot traffic and people still came in to browse instead of ordering cheap dresses online and crying when they arrived looking nothing like the picture. Now the front window had a crack running through the corner, the carpet was worn flat near the mirror, and the owner, Mrs. Bellamy, spent more time arguing with landlords than selling dresses. Molly did what she could. She replaced beads one by one. She took in bodices, let out seams, repaired old lace, reshaped thrifted gowns into something soft and glowing. She made miracles with aching fingers and cheap thread because nobody else could afford to make miracles anymore. That evening, rain tapped against the alley window while Molly leaned over an antique gown spread across her work table. It was ivory satin, yellowed slightly with age, with a high lace collar and tiny pearl buttons running down the back. The kind of gown that looked innocent until you touched it and understood how much money had once been stitched into every inch. The bodice had torn along one side, the old thread giving way after decades of silence. Molly had repaired it so carefully that even she had to tilt the fabric under the light to find where the damage had been. She was proud of that. She did not say it out loud, because pride felt risky when you were used to people correcting you for having too much of anything, but she felt it all the same. The gown was beautiful again because of her hands. Mrs. Bellamy burst into the back room with her coat half on and her phone pressed to her ear. Her face had that pinched look it got when rent was mentioned. She mouthed sorry at Molly, then snapped into the phone. "It will be there tonight." "I said it will be there." She ended the call and turned toward Molly with a smile too bright to be real. "Tiny problem." Molly looked down at the gown, then up at her boss. "How tiny?" "Bellwether Opera House tiny." Molly closed her eyes for a second. "No. Molly, please. Their courier never showed. The gown has to be delivered before the auction preview starts. It belongs to some private collector who could buy this entire block and turn it into a parking garage if she felt moody. I would go myself, but I have to meet the landlord in 20 minutes and convince him not to change the locks before Monday." Molly wanted to refuse. Her feet hurt, her back hurt, and the rain had turned the street outside into black glass. She had planned to go home, heat up soup, and maybe sketch dress ideas she would probably never have the money to make. But then Mrs. Bellamy looked toward the front of the shop, where the lights flickered over empty racks, and Molly felt the familiar weight of a failing place resting on her shoulders. It was not fair, but fairness had never paid a bill. "Fine," Molly said, already reaching for the garment bag. "Service entrance, drop it off, get a signature, come back." Mrs. Bellamy exhaled like Molly had pulled her from a river. "You are saving my life." Molly smiled a little, tired and dry. "I do that a lot for people who still call me Millie." The trip across the city took longer than it should have. The bus was late, then crowded, then stuck behind a delivery truck with its hazard lights blinking like a warning. Molly stood near the rear door, with the garment bag held high to keep it away from wet coats and careless elbows. She felt every stare, real or imagined. Her plain black dress clung in the damp air, her worn flats rubbed the backs of her heels, and the gown bag was heavy enough to pull at her shoulder. By the time she reached the old theater district, the rain had softened into mist, blurring the street lamps and turning the opera house into something from a dream that did not promise to be kind. Bellwether Opera House rose at the end of the block, like a grand old queen who had lost her crown, but not her pride. Its stone front was stained by time, its carved angels dark with rain, its windows glowing gold behind red velvet drapes. Black cars lined the curb. Men in long coats opened doors for women wearing diamonds at their throats, and expressions that made it clear they had never checked the price of eggs. Molly stood across the street for a moment, clutching the gown, feeling very aware of the run in her tights and the cheap umbrella folded in her purse. She reminded herself that she was not there to belong. Belonging was not part of the job. Deliver the gown, get the signature, leave. The service entrance was tucked down a narrow side passage near the stage door, watched by 2 security guards in dark suits. One of them was arguing into a headset. The other held out his hand without looking at her. Name: Molly Johnston, Bellamy Bridal. I have the repaired veil gown. He scanned a tablet, frowning. Behind him, someone called his name sharply. Another guard rushed over with a stack of badges and a clipboard. The hallway beyond the door was full of movement, staff carrying crates, caterers balancing trays, men with earpieces, speaking in low voices. The guard muttered something, took the garment bag, then slapped a black badge into Molly's hand. Main hall, west aisle, keep moving. Molly looked down. The badge had a gold strip across it, and a number printed beneath a name she did not recognize. Wait, I think this is wrong. I'm just delivering the gown. But the guard had already turned away, speaking urgently into his headset. A woman in a black blazer appeared behind Molly and waved her forward. You're blocking the entrance, ma'am. Go inside. I'm not supposed to. Inside, please. And just like that, Molly Johnston was pushed through a door she had never been meant to enter. The main hall of the Bellwether Opera House was so beautiful it made her chest ache. The ceiling rose above her in a painted dome of clouds and fading stars. Crystal chandeliers spilled warm light over red seats, marble columns, and balconies lined with gold. The stage had been transformed into an auction floor, with glass cases arranged beneath soft lamps. Jewels glittered like trapped fire. Paintings leaned on velvet stands. Old costumes stood on headless forms, silent and eerie, like ghosts dressed for one last performance. The air smelled of champagne, perfume, old wood, and money. Not ordinary money, ancient money. Money that had learned to speak softly because it knew everyone else would listen. Molly moved along the aisle with her head slightly lowered, trying not to touch anything. She felt too large, too plain, too real in that room of polished surfaces. The women around her seemed carved out of expensive restraint, all sharp collarbones, smooth hair, and dresses that whispered when they moved. The men wore tuxedos and watches worth more than Molly's building. Nobody looked comfortable, exactly, but they all looked practiced. They knew how to stand, how to smile, how to hold a glass without needing it. Molly knew how to sew hooks onto satin, so a bride could breathe through a ceremony. It did not feel like the same language. She tried to find the west aisle, or someone official, or any possible path back toward the side door, but the crowd shifted around her and carried her farther in. A server passed with champagne. Molly stepped aside and bumped lightly into a display rope. A woman nearby looked her over, slowly, with the kind of smile that was not a smile at all. Molly felt heat rise in her face. She tightened her hand around the badge and told herself not to panic. She had survived worse rooms than this. Rooms did not have to welcome you for you to walk through them. Then the opera house changed. It was not loud. No one announced anything. The music did not stop. But something in the room tightened. Laughter lowered. Conversations thinned. Men who had been leaning casually near the bar straightened without meaning to. 2 security guards near the stage looked away too quickly, which somehow made it clear that they had seen exactly who had arrived. Molly turned before she could stop herself. Roberto Salieri entered through the center doors, as if the building had opened for him alone. He was not the tallest man in the room, Not the flashiest, not the one wearing the brightest watch or the loudest suit. He did not need any of that. He wore black evening clothes cut so perfectly they made everyone else look overdressed. His dark hair was brushed back from a face too calm to be gentle, and his eyes moved over the room with quiet, exact patience. He was handsome in a way that felt less like beauty and more like danger given a human shape. Two men walked behind him, both broad and silent, but Molly barely noticed them. Everyone else seemed to measure their breathing around him. She knew his name. Everyone in the city knew his name, though most people pretended they did not. Roberto Salieri, head of the Salieri family. Old money, new violence, shipping companies, restaurants, construction contracts, missing witnesses, charity galas. A man who appeared in society pages beside governors and museum directors, and in whispered stories beside men who were never found again. Molly had heard brides talk about him while standing in front of mirrors, their voices excited and afraid. She had heard Mrs. Bellamy lower her voice once when a Salieri account paid in cash. He was the kind of man who made powerful people remember their manners. Molly looked away quickly, embarrassed by the simple act of noticing him. A man like that did not exist in her world except as rumor. She had no reason to care where he stood or what he saw, but a moment later she felt something strange across the back of her neck, a slow awareness, like the air had warmed behind her. She glanced up despite herself. Roberto Salieri was looking at her, not past her, not through her, at her. The shock of it made Molly forget how to breathe. His gaze was not rude, not openly hungry, not mocking in the way men sometimes looked at her when they wanted her to know she had been judged. It was focused, curious, almost still, as if, in a room full of people dressed as power, he had found the only person who had accidentally brought the truth with her. Molly turned away first. Her pulse bumped hard beneath her skin. She told herself he was probably wondering why a seamstress had been released into the main hall like a confused house cat. She almost made it to the side of the stage before Victor Sloane found her. Molly did not know his name at first. She only knew the type. Men like Victor had appeared in fitting rooms her whole life, usually as fathers paying for gowns or fiancés bored by the process. They wore their money like permission. He was silver-haired, broad through the middle, loud in a velvet jacket the color of wine. Two younger men stood with him, laughing at something he had said. A woman with diamonds in her ears watched from beside him with a bored little smile. Victor's eyes dropped to Molly's badge, then to her dress, then to her body. His mouth curled. "Well, this is generous of them," he said, loudly enough for the nearby guests to hear. Bellwether used to have standards. Now they're letting anyone wander in from the alley. Molly stopped. She should have kept walking. She knew that. People like Victor did not want an answer. They wanted a reaction. She could feel the old training rise inside her, the quiet survival habit of shrinking her voice before her body could be used against her. She took one step to the side. Victor moved with her. "Tell me, sweetheart, are you here to fix the gowns or sample the catering?" The small circle around him went quiet in the worst possible way. Not kind quiet, waiting quiet, watching quiet. Molly felt the words hit the softest parts of her, old bruises under new skin. Her throat tightened, and for one bright, awful second, she was not 30 years old in an opera house. She was 13 in a cafeteria. She was 22 in a department store. She was every version of herself that had learned the safest answer was silence. "I'm making a delivery," she said softly. Victor laughed. "Of course you are." Molly's fingers tightened around the edge of the badge until it bent. She looked toward the nearest exit and forced her feet to move. She would leave. She would not cry. She would not give these people the little show they wanted. She had swallowed insults her whole life. One more would not kill her. Then a quiet voice said, "Apologize." It was not loud. It did not need to be. Molly turned slowly. Roberto Salieri stood beside her, close enough that she could see the fine texture of his black jacket and the faint scar near his left eyebrow. He was not looking at Molly now. He was looking at Victor. Every person nearby had gone perfectly still. Victor's smile struggled to stay alive. "Roberto, I was only making a joke." "No," Roberto said. His voice was low, smooth, almost gentle. "You were making a mistake." The air changed again. Only this time Molly was inside the center of it. She could feel people watching her, watching him, watching Victor decide how foolish he wanted to be. Victor gave another thin laugh and lifted his champagne glass. "Come now, I meant no harm. I'm sure she understands." Roberto did not move. "I said apologize." Victor's face reddened. The woman beside him looked down into her drink. One of the younger men with him suddenly became interested in the carpet. Molly stood frozen, her heart pounding so hard she could hear it. She wanted to tell Roberto not to bother. She wanted to tell him this was not worth whatever came next. But his expression gave her the strange feeling that he had not stepped in because he thought she was helpless. He had stepped in because something improper had happened in front of him, and he refused to let the room pretend it had not. Victor swallowed. His hand trembled slightly around the glass. "My apologies," he said, the words stiff and bitter. Roberto's gaze sharpened. Victor turned toward Molly, and the effort looked painful. "I apologize. That was rude of me." Molly did not know what to do with the apology. It sat between them like a strange object. She had received fake apologies before, the kind people gave when they were caught, but never with an entire room standing silent around her. Never because someone powerful had decided her dignity mattered. Her voice came out low. "Thank you." Roberto finally looked at her again. There was no triumph in his face, only that same quiet focus, now touched by something she could not name. "Are you leaving, Miss Johnston?" Her stomach dropped. "You know my name." His eyes flicked briefly to the badge in her hand, then back to her face. Not from that. She should have been afraid. She was afraid. But beneath the fear was curiosity, bright and dangerous as a match struck in a dark room. "I'm supposed to be leaving," she said. "Supposed to," he repeated, as if tasting the weakness of the phrase. "And what do you want to do?" Nobody asked Molly that. Not really. Not in a way that expected an honest answer. She looked toward the exit, then toward the upper balconies, where the shadows gathered beneath painted cherubs and dusty velvet. Her sensible mind told her to leave at once. Walk out. Get on the bus. Go home. Forget his eyes. Forget the apology. Forget the way the room had bent around him. Instead, she heard herself say, "I want some air." A faint smile touched Roberto's mouth. Not warm, exactly, but real enough to be dangerous. "Then walk with me." The closed upper balcony smelled like dust, old roses, and rain slipping through cracks in stone. The noise of the auction softened below them until it became a distant murmur, like the sea heard from inside a dream. Roberto walked at Molly's pace. That surprised her. Men who wanted to appear powerful often walked ahead and expected the world to hurry. Roberto did not hurry. He moved beside her with patient control, his hands clasped loosely behind his back, his eyes occasionally drifting toward the stage below. Molly kept a careful distance from the railing. "You didn't have to do that." "Yes," he said, "I did." She gave a small, humorless laugh. "That must be nice." "What?" "Living in a world where you can just decide there have to be consequences." Roberto looked at her then, and for the first time, something in his expression changed. Interest became attention. "And you do not live in that world." Molly touched the sleeve of her black dress, smoothing a wrinkle that did not matter. "People like me usually can't afford consequences. If I snap back at a customer, my boss loses business. If I embarrass someone rich, someone poor pays for it later. So you learn to let things pass." Even when they hurt you. Especially then, Molly said. The words hung there, softer than she expected, more honest than she meant to be. She looked away, embarrassed. Below them, an auctioneer began speaking about a ruby necklace once owned by a countess with a tragic marriage. People murmured appreciatively. Molly wondered how much tragedy cost when it came with rubies. Roberto stopped near a row of covered seats. That is a sad way to survive. It's still surviving. Yes, he said quietly. But surviving is not the same as living. Molly almost smiled. That sounds like something rich people say right before they tell you to follow your dreams. And what were your dreams? The question landed too close. Molly looked down at her hands. There was a pinprick on her thumb from the gown repair, a tiny red mark near the nail. Nothing useful. Tell me anyway. She should not have told him, but the balcony was dim, the room below was far away, and Roberto Salieri had the strange gift of making silence feel less empty. Fashion design, she said, a long time ago. I wanted to make clothes for women who never got to feel beautiful in stores. Women with bodies like mine. Women who got told to be grateful if something zipped. She shrugged, trying to make the confession smaller. Then my dad got sick. Bills happened. Life happened. Dreams are expensive. Roberto watched her with a stillness that made her nervous. And now? Now I fix gowns for women who can afford dreams by the hour. Something dark moved behind his eyes. Not pity, not exactly anger, but close to both. You speak as if your life is already finished. Molly's laugh came out softer this time. No, just practical. Practical people often mistake their cages for good judgment. She looked at him sharply. And dangerous men often mistake interest for rescue. For 1 second, Roberto did not answer. Then he smiled, and this smile was different. It reached his eyes just enough to make him look almost human. There you are, he said. Molly's breath caught. What does that mean? It means I wondered how long it would take you to stop lowering your voice. She did not know whether to be flattered or insulted. Somehow, she was both. I should go. Yes, Roberto said. You should. Neither of them moved. A sound echoed from below, applause rising as something was sold for a price Molly would not earn in 5 years. The old opera house seemed to breathe around them. Molly felt the odd weight of the night pressing in, as if the building itself knew she had stepped out of the narrow path set for her and could not easily step back. Roberto walked her down through a private staircase that avoided the main hall. At the service entrance, the repaired gown had apparently found its owner without Molly's help, and a receipt waited on a small table with her name written correctly across the top. That detail unsettled her more than it should have. Outside, the rain had stopped. A black car waited at the curb. I can take the bus, Molly said. I know. I'm not getting into your car because you tell me to. I am not telling you. Roberto opened the rear door and stepped back. I am offering. Molly looked at the car, then at the wet street, then at the man beside her. Every sensible thought she had was waving its arms like a warning flag. But she was tired, and the night was cold, and some reckless part of her wanted, just once, to accept comfort without apologizing for needing it. She got in. The car was warm and smelled faintly of leather and cedar. Roberto did not climb in after her. He only leaned slightly toward the open door, his face half-shadowed beneath the opera house lights. Good night, Miss Johnston. Molly held his gaze. Good night, Mr. Salieri. His mouth curved faintly at the formality, and then the door closed. The ride home was silent except for the soft hum of the engine and the whisper of tires over wet pavement. Molly watched the city change outside the tinted window, gold theaters giving way to closed storefronts, clean sidewalks giving way to cracked ones, bright awnings fading into flickering signs. By the time the car stopped in front of her apartment building, the whole evening already felt unreal. like a fever dream wrapped in velvet and rain. She was halfway to the door when the driver called her name. "Miss Johnston, you forgot this." He handed her a cream-colored envelope. Molly waited until she was inside her apartment, deadbolt turned, shoes kicked off, before opening it. Her little living room was cold. The radiator had not worked right in weeks, and the landlord kept promising repairs that never came. A lamp flickered beside her second-hand couch. The silence of home, usually comforting, felt different tonight, thinner, as if something had followed her in. Inside the envelope was a note written in dark ink on thick paper. The first line made her sit down slowly. "The rent for Bellamy Bridal has been paid for 6 months." Molly read it once, then again. Her hand went cold around the paper. Mrs. Bellamy's rent, 6 months. The difference between closing and surviving. The difference between Molly having a job next week and standing in an unemployment line with a bag of thread and no plan. Her heart beat slowly, heavily, as she turned the note over. On the back, beneath one clean line of handwriting, was an address and a time. Dinner, Friday night. Roberto. Molly sat in the weak yellow light of her apartment, still wearing her damp black dress, with the most dangerous invitation of her life resting in her lap. She knew what a smart woman would do. A smart woman would tear the note in half, lock the door, and never speak his name again. A smart woman would understand that men like Roberto Salieri did not enter ordinary lives without changing their shape forever. But Molly had spent years being smart, in ways that kept her small. She had been careful, she had been useful, she had been quiet, and still, life had taken what it wanted from her. Outside, a car rolled slowly past her building, then disappeared into the night. Molly looked down at the invitation again, and against every practical instinct she had spent her life building, she realized the truth. She was afraid of Roberto Salieri. But she wanted to know what would happen if she said yes. Molly did not sleep much after the note arrived. She placed it on the kitchen table, then moved it to the windowsill, then tucked it under a chipped blue mug, as if paper from Roberto Salieri might somehow escape if left uncovered. Every time she tried to look away, her eyes found it again. Dinner, Friday night. One simple word and one simple time, written by a man whose name could make a room full of rich people forget how to breathe. Her small apartment felt different with the note inside it. The weak radiator clanked in the corner. The pipes groaned behind the walls. A thin line of cold air slipped beneath the window frame, brushing her ankles. Nothing had changed, and yet everything felt watched. By morning, Molly had almost convinced herself that the whole thing was a mistake. Men like Roberto did not send dinner invitations to women like her unless they wanted something. Maybe he needed a gown repaired. Maybe he wanted to ask questions about the auction. Maybe he was the kind of man who saw every person as a tool and had simply decided she might be useful for a little while. That thought should have made saying no easier. Instead, it only made her more restless. She went to work with the note folded deep in her purse, as if it were a secret she could not admit she was keeping. Bellamy Bridal was warmer than usual when she arrived. Not emotionally warmer, actually warmer. The broken heat had been repaired overnight. Mrs. Bellamy stood in the front room staring at the vent like it had performed a miracle. Her eyes were red, but she was smiling for the first time in months. She grabbed Molly's hands before Molly could take off her coat. "The rent is paid," she whispered. 6 months, Molly. 6 months. I don't know how, but it's paid. Molly felt the blood rush out of her face. Maybe the landlord made a mistake. Mrs. Bellamy gave a shaky laugh. Landlords don't make mistakes that generous. Molly said nothing. She went into the back room, hung up her coat, and sat at her sewing machine for several minutes without touching the fabric in front of her. She should have felt relief. Part of her did. Bellamy Bridal was safe for now. Mrs. Bellamy would not lose the shop. Molly would not lose the one place where her hands still mattered. But underneath the relief, Something colder moved. Roberto had not asked permission. He had stepped into her life and solved a problem she had never told him about. It was kind. It was frightening. It was both, and that was what made it hard to breathe. Friday came slowly, then all at once. Molly spent too long choosing what to wear and hated herself for caring. She owned no dresses that belonged in the kind of place Roberto might choose. She finally settled on a deep green wrap dress she had altered from a clearance rack find, letting out the seams until it held her body instead of fighting it. The fabric was soft over her stomach and hips, and the neckline framed her chest in a way that made her nervous but not ashamed. She pinned her dark hair back loosely, then took it down, then pinned it again. When she looked in the mirror, she saw every flaw first, because old habits were cruel and fast. Then, for one strange second, she saw the shape of a woman going somewhere dangerous by choice. The car arrived at 7 exactly. It did not take her to a restaurant. It moved through the city, away from the bright noise of downtown, through quiet streets lined with old brick buildings and sleeping trees, until it stopped outside a glass greenhouse, tucked behind a closed botanical garden. The building glowed from within, soft and golden against the dark. Inside, flowers bloomed under warm lamps, white and pale pink and deep purple, their petals open to the night as if daylight had never been necessary. The air was damp, fragrant, and alive. For a moment, Molly forgot to be afraid. Roberto was waiting near a small table set beneath hanging vines. He wore a black suit again, but no tie this time. The open collar of his shirt made him look less formal and somehow more dangerous. He watched her approach with the same still attention he had given her at the opera house, the kind that made her feel not inspected, but discovered. "You came," he said. "I almost didn't." "I know." That made her stop. "You know?" His mouth curved faintly. "You are too practical to say yes easily." Molly folded her arms over her stomach before she could stop herself. "And you are too used to getting what you want." "Yes," Roberto said. "That is true." His honesty should have annoyed her. It did, but it also disarmed her. He pulled out her chair, then waited. He did not touch her. He did not guide her into place with a hand on her back. He simply offered space and allowed her to decide what to do with it. Molly sat. Dinner moved like a dream with teeth hidden inside it. The food was beautiful and simple. Roasted chicken, warm bread, butter with sea salt, pears in honey, things that did not try too hard. Roberto asked questions that were too specific to be casual. He knew her father had driven city buses for 27 years before his heart failed. He knew her brother, Jonah, still had hospital bills from the accident that damaged his leg. He knew Molly had applied to fashion school once and withdrawn before the first semester because tuition and grief had arrived at the same time. He knew Bellamy Bridal was behind on rent before Molly had known he knew her last name. "You researched me," Molly said quietly. "Yes, that is not charming." "No," he agreed. "It is not." "Then why admit it?" "Because lying to you would be insulting." Molly looked across the table at him, trying to understand the shape of this man. He was not soft. He was not safe. But he was not careless either. "You paid the shop's rent." "I did." "You had no right." His eyes did not leave hers. "No, I had money." "That is not the same thing." For the first time that night, Roberto looked away, not far, only toward the pale flowers, brushing the glass above them, but Molly saw it, the smallest fracture in his certainty. "No," he said, "it is not." The words should have ended the evening. Instead, they opened something. Molly told him about working in a shop where every bride wanted to be smaller, and every mother wanted a tighter waist, and every dress seemed designed to punish the body inside it. She told him how strange it was to spend years making other women feel beautiful while never believing beauty was available to her without an apology attached. Roberto listened without interrupting. That was the dangerous part. Not his money, not his reputation. his attention. It rested on her with the weight of a hand she had not agreed to hold. After that night, Roberto began moving through her life like a shadow with keys to every locked door. Jonah called, stunned and crying, because his remaining medical debt had vanished. Her landlord suddenly sent a repairman for the radiator, the window, and the lock that had stuck for 2 winters. Bellamy Bridal received 3 high-paying private clients in 1 week, all women who wanted difficult work and did not blink at Molly's rates. A designer Molly had followed for years emailed her about freelance pattern work, praising a small online portfolio Molly had forgotten she had ever posted. Each gift was wrapped in opportunity. Each opportunity felt almost innocent until she saw the pattern underneath it. Roberto was not only helping her, he was clearing the road around her, removing stress, removing debt, removing reasons to say no. The warning came on a rainy Wednesday after closing. Molly was alone in the back room, fitting lace over a bodice, when the front bell chimed. She expected Mrs. Bellamy, maybe a late bride, maybe someone lost. Instead, an older woman stepped inside wearing a grey coat and a calm expression that made the room feel smaller. Her silver hair was tucked neatly behind her ears. She carried no umbrella, though rain darkened her shoulders. She introduced herself as Celeste Armand. "I used to be legal counsel for Roberto's father," Celeste said. Molly did not move from behind the work table. "That sounds like the beginning of a warning." "It is." Celeste walked slowly around the shop, touching nothing, seeing everything. She looked at the gowns, the pins, the tired machine, the coffee cup near Molly's elbow. Then she looked at Molly with no pity at all, which Molly appreciated more than kindness. The Salieri men can be generous in a way that feels like rescue at first. They solve problems. They make calls. They move money. They punish disrespect. It can feel like love, especially when the world has denied you basic care for so long. Molly's throat tightened. "You don't know what he feels." "No," Celeste said, "but I know what he was taught." Roberto's father believed love was a territory to be secured. He never began with cruelty. He began with solutions. By the time the women in his life understood the cage, they had forgotten where they left the key. The room hummed with the old fluorescent light. Molly looked down at the half-finished gown beneath her hands. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because Roberto may not be his father," Celeste said gently, "but he was raised in his house." Molly wanted to dismiss it. She wanted to say she was not foolish, not helpless, not some soft thing waiting to be claimed. But Celeste's warning had found the same uneasy place Molly had been pressing her palm against for days. Roberto's gifts had helped her. They had also unsettled her. Both truths stood side by side, refusing to cancel each other out. That night, Molly confronted him outside the bridal shop. His car was waiting, as it often was now, too sleek and quiet for her street. He stepped out before the driver could open his door, his expression softening when he saw her, then sharpening when he saw her face. "Victor Sloan was attacked," Molly said. "The man from the auction." Roberto did not pretend not to know. "Yes." Her stomach turned. "Was that you?" "I gave the order." The simple answer struck harder than a lie would have. Molly stared at him, rain gathering in her hair. "Because he insulted me? Because he insulted you publicly after being told to apologize. In my world, public disrespect cannot be left unanswered." "Your world," she repeated, "not mine." His jaw tightened. "Molly." "No, listen to me. I know he was cruel. I know he deserved shame. Maybe he deserved fear, but you didn't protect me by hurting him after the fact. You protected your pride. You protected your name. You made my humiliation part of your reputation." Something flickered in Roberto's eyes, something darker than anger, because it included the possibility that she was right. Molly stepped closer, her voice shaking but clear. "Protection without consent is not love. It is another kind of cage." For once, Roberto Salieri had no answer ready. He left that night without asking her to get in the car. Molly watched the taillights disappear through the wet street and felt no victory. Only sadness, sharp and strange. She did not want him to be harmless. That would be a lie, and Molly had spent enough of her life living inside lies built for other people's comfort. But she wanted him to understand that she was not a problem to be solved. She was a person, a whole person, and if he could not learn the difference, then all his devotion would eventually become another beautiful room with no door. 2 nights later, an envelope slid under her apartment door. There was no note inside, only a torn photograph of Molly and Roberto in the greenhouse, taken through the glass. On the back, written in black marker, were 4 words: "Ask him about Isadora Vale." Molly sat on her couch with the photograph in her lap until the room blurred. She knew the Vale name. The antique gown from the auction had been called the Vale gown. At first she thought it had to be a coincidence, but the longer she stared at the photograph, the less she believed in coincidence. When Roberto arrived, he did not knock like a man coming to explain. He knocked like a man who already knew danger had entered the room. She handed him the photo without speaking. The change in him was immediate. His face went still, then colder than she had ever seen it. "Who gave you this?" "That is your first question?" "It is the question that keeps you alive. Makes me feel very cherished." His eyes lifted to hers. "Isadora Vale was my fiancé." The word fiancé moved through the apartment like a ghost. Molly folded her arms. And she betrayed me. Years ago, she stole coded ledgers from my private office. Shipping routes, safe houses, names of men who trusted me. That information reached a rival family. People died because of it. "Did you kill her?" "No." Molly searched his face. "Why?" "Because I loved her." There it was, a truth with blood on the edges. Roberto looked past Molly toward the dark window. "I exiled her, took her money, her contacts, her protection. She disappeared. I thought that was the end of it. But someone wants me to know her name." "Yes." "Because they think I will become her?" "No." Roberto's voice was sharp enough to cut. Then it lowered. "Because they think I already fear that you will." Molly felt the soft fear of that settle into her bones. It was not jealousy. It was worse. It was the understanding that Roberto had been betrayed through love once, and men like him did not survive betrayal by becoming more open. They survived by locking every door twice. The next warning came inside her apartment. Molly returned from work to find nothing stolen, nothing broken, no drawer pulled open, no cabinet disturbed. Only an old brass token sitting in the middle of her kitchen table, stamped with the faded image of the Bellwether Opera House. She did not touch it. She called Roberto with shaking hands, and within 10 minutes, men filled her hallway, silent and efficient, checking windows, dusting surfaces, speaking into earpieces. Roberto stood beside the table, looking at the token, as if it had insulted him personally. "There are 2 threats moving at once," he said. "A rival family outside my walls, and someone inside them feeding information." Molly wrapped her arms around herself. "So I am bait." "No." "Roberto." His mouth tightened. "You are proof." "Proof of what?" "That I can be reached." The honesty was worse than comfort. Molly leaned against the counter, trying to slow her breathing. She expected him to demand she move into one of his guarded homes. She expected orders, pressure, maybe the polished force of a man who believed fear gave him permission. Instead, Roberto took a folded envelope from inside his coat and placed it beside the token. "There is enough money here to start over," he said. "A new name, a safe apartment far away. People who can help you disappear. You can leave tonight." Molly stared at the envelope. The old Molly, the careful Molly, the Molly who survived by keeping her head down, would have taken it. She might have hated herself for taking it, but she would have taken it. Then she looked at the brass token, the one someone had placed on her table to make her feel small in her own home. "No," she said. Roberto's eyes darkened. "Molly, no, I will not be disappeared for my own good. You do not get to decide my safety by removing my choices. Your enemies already brought this into my kitchen. If I am part of the danger, then I get the truth. I get a say." A long silence followed. Roberto looked at her as if every rule he had ever trusted had turned to smoke in his hands. Then he nodded once. "Then you stand beside me." "Beside," Molly said, "not behind." The private Salieri gathering took place 3 nights later in a renovated train depot Roberto owned on the edge of the city. The building had been remade into a fortress of brick, steel, polished concrete, and shadow. Old tracks still ran beneath glass flooring. Brass clocks hung on the walls. Men in dark suits stood near every exit, speaking quietly into hidden microphones. Molly arrived in a navy gown she had altered herself, one that moved around her body like water instead of apology. She had sewn the waist to support her, shaped the sleeves to flatter her arms, and stitched a tiny piece of green thread near the hem where no one else could see it, a private reminder that she still belonged to herself. When she entered with Roberto, the room noticed. Some faces showed surprise. Others showed disapproval. A few showed calculation. Molly felt the weight of them all, and for a moment, the old instinct came back, telling her to soften herself, lower her chin, become less visible. Then Roberto's hand hovered near her back without touching, waiting, asking without words. Molly gave the smallest nod, and only then did his palm rest lightly between her shoulders. That one pause mattered more than the touch. He introduced her clearly, not as a guest, not as a distraction, not as a weakness. Molly Johnston, no title given to make her acceptable. No lie offered to make the room comfortable, just her name, held steady in Roberto's voice. Elias Crown stood near the old ticket office, Roberto's trusted second-in-command, a lean man with pale eyes and a smile that never seemed to arrive at the same time as his words. He bowed slightly to Molly. "Miss Johnston, we have heard a great deal. I'm sure none of it was accurate," Molly said. His smile thinned. Roberto looked almost amused. The evening moved carefully. There were drinks, low conversations, men who laughed without showing ease, women who watched from the edges of power with eyes much sharper than their jewelry. Molly felt the strange rhythm of Roberto's world. Nothing was just a greeting. Nothing was just a look. Every small movement carried meaning. Who approached first? Who stood too close? Who failed to acknowledge her? Who acknowledged her too warmly? It was exhausting, this constant reading of danger dressed as manners. For the first time, Molly understood that Roberto's control was not only arrogance, it was armor worn so long it had grown into his skin. Then the lights went out. The depot dropped into darkness so suddenly that the silence seemed to crack. A second later, emergency lamps flashed red along the floor. Someone shouted. Glass shattered below. Roberto's hand closed around Molly's wrist, firm but not painful, and he moved her behind a pillar as gunfire burst from the lower level. The sound was not like movies. It was louder, flatter, uglier, each shot tearing through the air and leaving fear behind it. "This way," Roberto said, already pulling her toward a reinforced door near the back hall. Molly dug in her heels. "No." His face turned toward her, lit red by the emergency lamps. "Not now. You said beside you." I said alive. An armed man came through the smoke near the old ticket office before either of them could move. He raised his weapon. Roberto shoved Molly down and fired twice. The man stumbled but did not fall. Another rushed from behind the counter, too close, too fast. Roberto turned, but the angle was wrong. Molly saw the antique fire axe mounted on the wall before she had time to think. Her hands closed around the handle. The glass case cracked under her elbow, pain flashing through her arm. The axe was heavier than she expected, but fear made her strong. She swung with everything in her tired body, not gracefully, not like a warrior in a story, but like a woman who had spent her life carrying more weight than anyone noticed. The blunt side hit the attacker's shoulder and knocked him hard into the ticket window. He dropped his weapon with a cry. Roberto's men reached them seconds later and dragged him down. Molly stood there shaking, both hands locked around the axe handle, her chest heaving, her dress torn near the hem. Roberto stared at her as if the world had shifted beneath his feet. "I told you," she breathed. "Beside." His expression broke open for 1 second, raw and proud and terrified. Then he took her face in his hands, touched his forehead to hers, and whispered, "Beside." The attack failed, but it left the truth behind. Elias Crown had sold information to the rival family for over a year. The power cut, the breach point, even the timing of Molly's arrival had all passed through him. He had believed Roberto's attachment made him weak. He had believed Isadora had nearly ruined Roberto once, and Molly would finish what Isadora started. He had wanted to prove that love was a liability before anyone else had the courage to say it. Roberto captured him before dawn. Molly did not watch what happened after that. Roberto did not ask her to. That mattered too. Instead, she sat in a quiet room above the depot with a blanket around her shoulders, and Celeste Armand beside her, both of them listening to the rain begin again against the high windows. "You were right," Molly said. Celeste looked at her. "About what? He does not know the difference easily." "No," Celeste said, "but tonight he tried to learn." For weeks after, Roberto's world turned inward. Men changed positions. Safe houses closed. New names appeared in places old names had been. He became quieter, more watchful, but not colder with Molly. That was the part that surprised her. She had expected the betrayal to make him lock every door, including the one between them. Sometimes he tried. She could see it in him. The old instinct to protect by controlling, to love by surrounding, to fear loss so deeply that choice began to look like danger. But when he reached for the old way, Molly named it, and slowly, painfully, he listened. She did not move into his house. She kept her apartment, though Roberto made certain the locks worked and the heat stayed on. She kept working at Bellamy Bridal until she did not need to anymore, and when the time came to leave, she left with Mrs. Bellamy, crying into her shoulder and promising to send every bride in the city her way. Molly opened a small design studio in a second-floor space above a bakery, where the air smelled like sugar in the mornings, and the windows caught good light in the afternoon. She made gowns for plus-size women who had spent too long being told to settle. She made interview clothes for working women who needed confidence more than silk. She made prom dresses for girls who cried when the zipper closed without shame. Her prices were fair, sometimes too fair, and when Roberto quietly suggested she was bad at capitalism, she told him she was excellent at dignity. The studio grew. Then it became more than a studio. With money Roberto offered and Molly accepted only after writing her own terms, she built a foundation for working-class women who needed legal help, emergency rent, job training, clothes for interviews, and sometimes just one person to say that being tired did not mean being defeated. Roberto wanted to fund all of it. Molly let him fund some. The rest she raised herself, loudly and stubbornly, because she needed the work to belong to her. Their relationship survived, because it stopped being a rescue and became a negotiation. Neither of them was allowed to win alone. They made rules, no secrets that affected her safety, no decisions made in her name without her voice, no gifts designed like locks, no punishment carried out on her behalf without telling her the truth. Roberto struggled with the rules. Some days he hated them. Some days, Molly saw his jaw tighten around words he wanted to turn into commands, but he tried. And because he tried, she stayed. Not because she had nowhere else to go. Because she had somewhere else to go, and still chose to walk back. Months later, the Bellwether Opera House reopened after a long restoration, brighter than before but still carrying its old shadows in the corners. Molly attended as the founder of her own studio and foundation, not as a delivery woman mistaken for someone with a right to enter. Her name was on the guest list, correctly spelled. When she stepped through the front doors, no one handed her the wrong badge. No one asked if she belonged. She wore a gown of her own design, deep midnight blue, with silver thread along the sleeves, cut for her fat body, with love instead of compromise. It did not hide her stomach, or shrink her hips, or pretend her arms were not soft. It honored her. Every seam knew her shape, and did not apologize for it. Roberto saw her at the top of the aisle, and went still. For once, Molly let herself enjoy being looked at, not judged, not measured. Scene. The evening passed in a wash of music, speeches, champagne, and polite society pretending it had never been afraid of the Salieri name. Molly spoke with donors, designers, women who wanted help, women who wanted to help, and girls who looked at her gown like it had opened a door in their minds. Roberto stayed near enough to be present, and far enough to let the night be hers. That distance was its own kind of devotion. After the guests left, the opera house settled into quiet. Staff moved softly near the lobby. The chandeliers dimmed. The stage stood empty. Molly walked down the center aisle slowly, remembering the first night, the mistaken badge, Victor's cruel smile, Roberto's quiet command, the way humiliation had almost swallowed her, before something dangerous stepped between her and the room. She was not grateful for the cruelty. She would never pretend pain was a gift, but she could see now that one wrong door had led her to a life where she no longer waited for permission to take up space. Roberto came to stand beside her in the aisle. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then he held out his hand. "Molly," he said softly, "will you dance with me?" The question warmed something deep in her chest. He had asked. Not ordered, not assumed. Asked. Molly looked at his hand, then at his face. The man beside her was still dangerous, still marked by violence, loyalty, and old shadows. He would never be simple. Their story would never be clean or safe, and maybe that was why she trusted it more than a fairy tale. Fairy tales often ended before anyone had to change. Roberto had changed. So had she, not into softer people, into truer ones. She placed her hand in his. Yes. There was no music at first, only the quiet breath of the old opera house, and the distant sound of rain beginning against the roof. Then Roberto drew her gently into the aisle, one hand at her waist, light enough to let her move, steady enough to remind her he was there. Molly followed, then led, then laughed under her breath when he let her. Her gown moved around her like night sky. The silver thread caught the dim light. For the first time in that building, Molly did not feel like a mistake that had wandered through the wrong door. She felt like the woman the room had been waiting for. Roberto lowered his mouth near her ear, his voice quiet enough to belong only to her. "You changed my world." Molly smiled, not softly, not shyly, but with the calm of a woman who had earned every inch of herself. "No," she whispered, "I made you enter mine." And beneath the faded angels, under the watchful balconies of the Bellwether Opera House, Molly Johnston danced with the most dangerous man she had ever known. No longer chosen like a possession, no longer hidden like a secret, but standing in the full shape of her own life. She had learned the difference between being wanted and being owned. She had learned that love without freedom was only another beautiful cage, and as Roberto held her carefully, asking with every step, instead of claiming with every breath, Molly knew this was not the end of danger, or desire, or fear. It was simply the first night she was not afraid to be seen. The winter storm should have been enough to keep every sensible soul behind a locked door. But danger had never cared much about weather, and neither had the men who bled in dark alleys where nobody asked questions. In a city that froze the poor first and forgave the powerful last, one exhausted nurse was about to make the kind of mistake that changed a life forever. Flora Padden had spent 12 hours trying to keep strangers alive under fluorescent lights, only to come home and find death waiting beside the dumpster behind her apartment building. He was dressed too well for her neighborhood, bleeding too badly to be harmless, and still somehow frightening enough that every reasonable part of her whispered to turn around, walk upstairs, and pretend she had seen nothing. But Flora had never been good at pretending when someone was dying. The wind cut through the alley like a blade as she stood there with her work bag hanging from one shoulder and snow melting into the cracked leather of her shoes. Her scrubs were hidden under an old navy coat that had lost half its buttons. Her hair was pinned up in a tired knot, and her body felt so heavy with exhaustion that even breathing seemed like a chore. St. Jude's emergency room had been brutal that night. A bus accident, 2 overdoses, 1 frightened child with blue lips from asthma, and a screaming man who had called her every name he could think of while she held pressure on his wound. By the time her shift ended, Flora's hands were dry from sanitizer, her back ached, and her eyes burned with the kind of tired that got into the bones. She lived 8 blocks from the hospital because it was all she could afford. Her building sat on the edge of a neighborhood that people described carefully in daylight and avoided completely after dark. The front door buzzed wrong, the hallway lights flickered when they worked at all, and the landlord treated repairs like rumors. Flora had learned the rules quickly. Keep your head down. Don't stare too long at cars parked with their lights off. Don't ask why someone was running. Don't look out the window when voices rose in the street below. Survival, in her part of the city, was less about courage and more about knowing when to become invisible. That was why she should have walked away from the man in the alley. He was collapsed half behind the dumpster, one arm braced weakly against the brick, as if he had tried to drag himself farther into the shadows and failed. Snow collected on his dark hair and on the shoulders of his expensive wool coat. At first, Flora thought he was drunk. Then she saw the blood. It had soaked through his white shirt and spread in a deep, dark stain across his ribs. Not a little blood, not the harmless kind that scared people more than it hurt them. This was steady, serious bleeding, the kind that made the body cold from the inside. Flora stopped so fast her breath caught. For 1 long second, she listened to the storm and the faraway wail of a siren. Her apartment door was less than a minute away. Her bed was waiting upstairs with 3 blankets and a hot water bottle tucked near the foot, because the radiator had been unreliable for years. She could leave him. Someone else might find him. Someone with a phone, someone with a car, someone who had not just spent half a day watching life slip through tired fingers. She could tell herself that he was already gone. Then the man's hand moved. It was small, almost nothing, just a twitch of his fingers against the dirty snow. But Flora saw it, and once she saw it, there was no way to unsee it. "Oh, come on," she whispered, her voice shaking from cold and dread. "Please don't make me do this." She stepped closer, slowly, as if approaching a wounded animal. His face was turned partly toward the ground, sharp features shadowed by the alley light. He looked like he belonged in some private room above the city, not half frozen behind a building where the pipes groaned and the stairs smelled like cigarettes. His coat was expensive. His watch, barely visible under one bloody cuff, probably cost more than Flora made in a year. That frightened her more than the blood did. Men like him did not end up in alleys by accident. Flora crouched beside him and pressed 2 fingers to his neck. His pulse was there, weak but stubborn. His skin was icy. When she opened his coat, her nurse's mind took over before her fear could stop her. Deep slash along the left side, below the ribs, blood loss, early hypothermia, shallow breathing, no obvious chest puncture, at least not from what she could see in the miserable light. She needed pressure on the wound. She needed warmth. She needed to call an ambulance. Her hand had barely closed around her phone when his eyes opened. They were dark and sharp, even through the haze of pain. His hand clamped around her wrist with surprising strength, and Flora nearly screamed. "No police," he rasped. His voice was low, rough, and full of command, as if even half dead, he expected the world to obey him. Flora stared at him. "You're bleeding into a snowbank." "No hospital." "That's cute," she snapped, fear sharpening her tone. "You want to die with preferences." His grip tightened just enough to warn her he was not harmless. No hospital. The sensible thing would have been to pull away and run. Instead, Flora looked at the blood under his coat, at the blue tint beginning to touch his lips, at the way his strength faded, even as he tried to hold on to control. She knew that look. Men who were used to giving orders hated needing help. They hated weakness even more than death. But the body did not care how feared a man was. The body simply failed when it lost too much blood. Flora swallowed hard. "Fine. No police, no hospital. But if you die on my floor, I'm going to be furious." His eyes held hers for one strange, heavy moment, and then they closed again. Dragging him upstairs was almost impossible. He was tall, broad, and soaked through with melted snow and blood. Flora used everything she had, hooking her arms under his and pulling him inch by inch through the back door of her building. The lock barely caught behind them. The hallway was freezing. Somewhere above, a television laughed through thin walls. Nobody opened a door. Nobody asked why Flora Padden, who always minded her own business, was hauling a half-conscious stranger across the stained tile, like a secret she could not afford. By the time she got him into her apartment, sweat ran down her back, despite the cold. Her living room was small, clean, and worn down by years of making do. A second-hand couch sat beneath the window. A narrow kitchen opened to the left. A table held unpaid bills, a mug with a chipped rim, and a little bowl of oranges she had bought because they were on sale, and because something bright in winter felt like defiance. The man groaned when she lowered him onto the couch. "I know," Flora muttered. "My furniture isn't exactly luxury." She turned the heat as high as it would go, which meant the radiator clanked angrily and offered a breath of warmth that might or might not last. Then she moved. The tired nurse vanished under the force of training and fear. She grabbed towels from the bathroom, her emergency kit from under the sink, a bottle of iodine, gauze, sewing scissors, medical tape, and the small packet of sterile sutures she had no official reason to own, but kept because life in her neighborhood taught people to prepare. When she cut open his shirt, she found bruises blooming across his ribs and a wound that made her jaw tighten. It was deep, ugly, and precise, not some clumsy street fight injury. Someone had meant to open him up and leave him bleeding. His eyes opened again when the iodine touched his skin. He reached for her wrist, but this time Flora slapped his hand away. "No," she said firmly. "You don't get to be scary while I'm saving your life. Hold still." A faint flicker crossed his face. It might have been pain. It might have been amusement. "You talk too much. And you bleed too much, so I guess we're both annoying." She expected anger. Instead, his mouth curved for half a second before the pain dragged it away. Flora cleaned the wound with careful hands. She had done this under better lights, with better supplies, with doctors nearby and machines singing the body's secrets in little digital beeps. Here, there was only the storm hitting the window, the radiator knocking like an old ghost, and this dangerous stranger watching her from the edge of consciousness. His body was cold beneath her hands, too cold. She covered what she could with blankets while leaving the wound exposed, pressing gauze until the bleeding slowed enough for stitches. He did not cry out when she pushed the needle through his skin. His jaw clenched, his fingers curled into the blanket. That was all. Flora had seen grown men beg over less. Whoever he was, he had been trained by pain, or raised by it. "What's your name?" she asked, partly to keep him awake, partly because treating a nameless man felt like inviting a curse into her home. He stared at the ceiling. "Doesn't matter. It matters if I need to yell at you." His eyes shifted to her. Massimo. The name seemed to settle in the room like smoke. Flora tied off another stitch. "Flora, I didn't ask." "No, you just bled all over my couch. I figured we were past formal introductions." His breathing hitched, and she paused, watching his face. Pain had drained the color from him, but even weak and half-frozen, he carried a stillness that made her uneasy. Most injured people filled a room with panic. Massimo filled it with warning. He looked at her shabby apartment as if memorizing exits, threats, weaknesses. He looked at her the same way for a moment, and Flora felt the strange pressure of it down her spine. "You should have left me outside," he said. She focused on the stitches. "Probably. Why didn't you?" The question was too quiet, too honest for a man who had ordered her around while bleeding into snow. Flora's hands slowed. For a second, she saw another street, another night, another person on the ground while people crossed to the other side and pretended not to hear. She remembered being younger, helpless, angry at a world that decided some lives were too messy to stop for. She blinked the memory away. "Because I know what it looks like when nobody helps," she said. Massimo said nothing after that. When the wound was finally closed and bandaged, Flora sat back on her heels, exhausted and shaking. Her apartment smelled of iodine, wet wool, and blood. Massimo's face had gone pale under the warm lamplight, but his breathing was steadier. She forced him to drink water in small sips. He obeyed with obvious dislike. That, for some reason, made her feel braver. "You need rest," she said. "And probably antibiotics, which I don't have, because my living room is not an actual hospital, despite tonight's performance." He watched her as she tucked another blanket around him. "You live alone." It was not a question. Flora froze. "That better not be a threat." "No." "Good, because I'm too tired to be threatened." He looked toward the door. "Lock your bedroom." "I was planning on it." "And put a chair under the handle." Her stomach tightened. "Because of you?" His eyes returned to hers. "Because of whoever comes looking." The soft fear that had been sitting behind her ribs all night spread wider. Flora stood slowly. "Nobody knows you're here." Massimo's silence answered in a way words could not. She backed toward the hallway, suddenly aware of every shadow in her own apartment. "I'm going to sleep for maybe 4 hours before I have to go back to work. If you steal anything, I hope you understand I'm too broke for it to be worth the effort. If you die, try not to do it loudly. My upstairs neighbor complains about everything." That faint curve touched his mouth again. "You're strange, Flora Padden." "Yeah, well, you're bleeding on my towels, Massimo nobody, so I guess we all have flaws." She locked herself in her bedroom, pushed a chair under the handle, and sat on the edge of the bed without turning on the light. For a long time, she listened. The storm, the radiator, the muffled quiet of a wounded man breathing in her living room. She told herself she had made a medical choice, not a personal one. She had saved a life, because that was what nurses did. By morning, maybe he would be gone. Maybe the world would put itself back where it belonged. But sleep did not come easily. When it finally did, it was thin and uneasy, filled with dark cars crawling down snowy streets, and a man's voice telling her she should have left him outside. Morning arrived gray and bitter. Flora woke with a start, her neck stiff and her heart already racing. For a moment, she did not remember why she was scared. Then the smell hit her. Iodine, damp wool, blood, faint but real. She pulled the chair away from the door and opened it slowly, bracing herself for the sight of a dead man on her couch. The couch was empty. The blankets were folded. The bloody towels were gone. Flora stepped into the living room, stunned. Her apartment looked cleaner than it had the night before. The floor had been wiped. The medical wrappers were missing. His ruined clothes had vanished. Even the cushion where he had bled seemed carefully scrubbed, though she could still see the faint ghost of a stain if she knew where to look. Her pulse climbed. "Massimo?" she called, hating how small her voice sounded. No answer. The front door was locked from the inside. The window was closed. There were no bloody footprints, no note, no sign that a wounded man had nearly died in her apartment, except the deep ache in her arms from dragging him upstairs, and the memory of his eyes opening in the snow. Then she saw the kitchen counter. A thick stack of cash sat beside her chipped mug, bound with a plain paper band. Next to it was a black business card. No name, no address, only a phone number printed in silver. Flora stared at the money like it was a snake. "Nope," she whispered. "Absolutely not." She did not touch it at first. She circled it, as if it might explode. Then she picked up the card with 2 fingers and turned it over. Blank. The number was the only thing there. Whoever Massimo was, he had not left gratitude. He had left a door, and Flora had the cold, sinking feeling that doors like that only opened one way. Her phone buzzed on the table, making her jump. It was not an unknown number. It was a news alert. Violent attack, linked to organized crime power struggle. Authorities searching for Massimo Drago after late-night ambush. Flora read the words once. Then again. The name hit her harder the second time. Massimo Drago. The article loaded slowly on her cracked screen. There was a photo of him stepping out of a courthouse months earlier in a dark suit, surrounded by cameras and stone-faced men. Clean-shaven, controlled, untouchable. Not the half-dead stranger on her couch, but there was no mistaking the eyes. The article called him the new head of the Drago Syndicate. It mentioned a power shift, a suspected betrayal, a violent fight for territory, and police sources who believed he had been wounded but escaped. Flora set the phone down very carefully. The room seemed to tilt. She had not saved a random man. She had not saved some unlucky stranger who got jumped for his wallet. She had stitched up one of the most dangerous men in the city, hidden him from the hospital, kept him from the police, and accepted his money by simply failing to throw it out the window. A black SUV sat across the street when she looked outside. It was parked near the corner, engine running, windows tinted dark enough to reflect the pale winter sky. It did not belong there. Flora knew every broken sedan, every tired delivery van, every dented car that slept on that block. This vehicle was too clean, too silent, too expensive. It watched the building without moving. Flora let the curtain fall. A knock hit her door. Not hard, not loud, just official enough to drain the warmth from her skin. She shoved the cash into the cereal box above the fridge and slipped the card into the pocket of her robe before looking through the peephole. A man in a dark winter coat stood in the hall, holding up a badge. His face was lean, tired, and too alert. "Flora Padden?" he called. "Detective Brody, I need to ask you a few questions." Flora closed her eyes for half a second. Then she opened the door with the face she used at work when everything was falling apart and patients' families needed her to look calm. "Detective," she said, rubbing her eyes like she had just woken up. "Is something wrong?" His gaze moved past her shoulder toward the apartment. There was blood found in the alley behind this building, quite a bit of it. Neighbors said you came home late. "I work nights at St. Jude's. Emergency room, right?" "Yes. That must be useful." Flora gave him a blank look. Mostly it's exhausting. He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. Mind if I come in? Every nerve in Flora's body screamed. She shifted slightly, blocking the doorway with her tired body and her old robe, and every ounce of stubbornness she had left. I do mind, actually. My place is a mess, and I have to be back at work soon. What is this about? Detective Brody studied her. We're looking for Massimo Drago. She let confusion move slowly across her face. Not too fast, not too dramatic. The crime guy from the news? You saw the news? My phone screamed at me about it 5 minutes ago. He may have been injured nearby. Someone may have helped him. A nurse would know how. Flora laughed softly, letting just enough bitterness into it to make it believable. Detective, I spent yesterday getting vomit on my shoes and trying not to fall asleep standing up. I came home, took off my bra, and passed out. If a mob boss was bleeding in my alley, he did not consult me first. Brody's gaze sharpened. You always joke when police ask questions? Only when they show up before coffee. For a moment, neither of them moved. The hallway felt too narrow. The apartment behind her felt too full of secrets. Flora could feel the business card pressing against her robe pocket like a hot coal. Finally, Brody stepped back. If you remember anything, call the precinct. I will. His eyes dropped briefly to her hands. Flora realized too late that faint iodine stains still marked the skin around her nails. She curled her fingers into her palm. Brody smiled again. Rough shift? The roughest. He left after that, but Flora did not breathe until she heard the stairwell door close. She shut the apartment door, locked it, fastened the chain, then stood there with her back against it, trembling so badly her knees felt loose. She had lied to a detective. She had hidden money from a crime boss. She was being watched by an SUV. And in less than an hour, she was supposed to put on scrubs and go back to saving people like her life had not turned into something dark and impossible overnight. By the time Flora reached St. Jude's, the storm had softened into dirty flurries, but the city still felt wrong. Every parked car looked occupied. Every stranger who glanced at her seemed to know something. She moved through her shift on muscle memory, checking vitals, starting IVs, changing bandages, answering doctors, calming patients, and pretending her hands did not shake every time someone said her name. Near the end of the shift, she saw him. Not Massimo, another man, younger, broad-shouldered, with sandy hair and a scar near his chin. He stood outside the hospital entrance as if the cold did not bother him. When Flora stepped out, pulling her coat tight around her scrubs, he pushed away from the wall. Flora Padden? She stopped. No. He almost smiled. I'm Finn. I work for Massimo. Her stomach dropped. I don't know a Massimo. Sure you don't. His voice was calm, almost gentle. But the people who tried to kill him think you do. That's the problem. Flora looked around. Nurses were leaving in pairs. An ambulance idled near the bay. Everything was public enough to keep her from running, and quiet enough to make her afraid. Finn lowered his voice. He ordered protection on you. I don't want protection. You have it anyway. That's not how normal people do things. Massimo Drago isn't normal people. Flora's anger rose because fear needed somewhere to go. Tell your boss I don't want his money, his car outside my building, or his people following me. Finn's expression changed slightly. Detective Brody came to see you. Flora went still. He's not clean, Finn said. He owes money to men who want Massimo dead. If he knows your name, they know your name. The cold seemed to slip beneath her coat. That's impossible, she whispered, though she knew it was not. Finn looked toward the street. You helped Massimo. That makes you useful. Useful people get taken, hurt, traded. He's trying to stop that before it happens. Flora wanted to shout at him. She wanted to say she was not some piece on a board, not a secret, not a thing dangerous men could move around. But the words died before they reached her mouth, because behind Finn's calm was a truth she could feel. The life she had tried so hard to keep small had been noticed, and once noticed, it could be reached. Over the next few days, Massimo's shadow entered Flora's world without knocking. The broken lock on her building's back door was replaced by mourning. A new key waited in an envelope taped to her apartment door. The hallway light that had been dead for 6 months suddenly worked. The black SUV was always somewhere nearby, never close enough to confront, never far enough to ignore. Flora hated it. She hated the money still hidden in the cereal box. She hated the blank card in her drawer. She hated that part of her felt safer walking home beneath invisible eyes. Then, on the third night, the danger stopped being quiet. Flora was in the supply closet at St. Jude's, reaching for gauze, when the door closed behind her. She turned. A man stood between her and the hallway. Thick neck, heavy coat, mean little smile. She knew immediately he was not lost. "You're Flora," he said. Her fingers tightened around the gauze package. "This closet is staff only." "I know." He stepped closer. "Vic sends his apologies for being rude, but I'm in a hurry." Her heart began to pound. He smiled wider. "Detective Brody said you were the nurse. Said someone patched up a rib wound real nice. I need to know where Drago went after he left you." "I don't know what you're talking about." Vic's hand shot out and grabbed her arm hard enough to bruise. "Don't do that. I hate when people waste my time." Pain flashed bright and sharp. Flora's fear snapped into something hotter. She saw his hand on her. She saw the door behind him. She saw the red sharps container mounted on the wall. "I said," she whispered, "let go." He laughed. Flora ripped the sharps container off the bracket and slammed it into the side of his face with every ounce of strength she had left. Vic shouted and stumbled back. Flora shoved past him, hitting the door with her shoulder, and ran. She did not look back. She flew down the hall, through the staff corridor, and into the locker room, locking herself inside with shaking hands. Her breath came in broken gasps. Her arm throbbed where his fingers had dug in. Somewhere beyond the door, footsteps moved fast and then faded. For a moment, Flora stood in the harsh white light, staring at herself in the mirror. This was not going away. Her old life was not waiting for her to return to it. Her apartment was not safe. The hospital was not safe. The police were not safe. With trembling fingers, she pulled the black card from the hidden pocket of her work bag and called the number. He answered before the first ring finished. "Flora." The sound of Massimo's voice made her close her eyes. "He found me," she whispered. "A man named Vic." The silence on the line turned cold enough to feel. "Where are you?" "St. Jude's, employee locker room." "Listen carefully," Massimo said, his voice calm, controlled, and somehow more frightening than panic. "Do not go to the front entrance. Do not speak to security. Take the south service hall past radiology. There is a loading dock door with a broken camera above it. You have 4 minutes. Walk, Flora. Do not run until you reach the dock. How do you know the hospital layout? Move." She moved. Every hallway felt too bright. Every sound seemed too loud. Her shoes squeaked against the polished floor as she passed radiology, then the laundry carts, then the exit sign flickering above the service door. She pushed it open and stepped into the freezing night. A black SUV rolled out of the darkness like it had been waiting inside the storm. The back door opened. Finn was in the driver's seat. Another man she did not know sat beside him, but in the back, beneath the soft glow of the interior light, sat Massimo Drago. Not pale on her couch, not shaking from cold, not helpless under her hands. He wore a dark tailored suit beneath a heavy black coat, his hair pushed back, his face controlled and unreadable. Power sat around him as naturally as breath. The wound she had stitched was hidden now, but she knew it was there beneath the clean lines of wealth and danger. His eyes moved over her face, her bruised arm, her trembling hands, and something in him became still in a way that made the entire vehicle feel smaller. Flora climbed in because there was nowhere else to go. The door closed, sealing out the storm. For one heartbeat, neither of them spoke. Then Massimo reached toward her bruised arm, not touching until she allowed it, and said in a voice soft enough to be almost tender, "Who put his hands on you?" Flora looked at the man she had saved from the snow, the man who had left money on her counter and shadows on her street, the man every siren in the city seemed to be searching for. Her fear was still there, but beneath it, something stranger had begun to wake. "You did this," she said, her voice shaking with anger and exhaustion. "You brought this to my door." Massimo's gaze lifted from the bruise to her eyes. "Yes," he said quietly, "and now I am going to make sure it never reaches you again." The black SUV moved through the frozen city like a secret with tinted windows, carrying Flora Padden away from the only life she had ever truly known. Outside, the hospital lights disappeared behind sheets of gray snow, and the streets blurred into wet pavement, red brake lights, and shadows that seemed to lean too close. Flora sat stiffly against the leather seat, one hand wrapped around her bruised arm, the other pressed tight against her stomach as if she could hold herself together by force. Beside her, Massimo Drago watched her with a quiet, dangerous focus that made the air feel warmer and colder at the same time. He had been half dead on her couch only days ago, pale beneath a cheap blanket, his blood staining her towels. Now he looked like the kind of man who owned the silence around him. Clean suit, polished shoes, unreadable face, and eyes dark enough to hide every terrible thing he had ever done. "You can't just take me," Flora said, though even she heard how thin her voice sounded. Massimo did not look away from her bruise. "I can if leaving you behind gets you killed. That's not an answer. It is the only one that matters tonight." Flora gave a bitter little laugh, but it broke in the middle. She hated the fear in her body. She hated how badly her hands shook. She hated that some part of her, some small, tired part, buried beneath anger and pride, felt relieved that he was there. That was the worst part. She wanted to despise him for the black SUV, the secret guards, the money on her counter, and the danger that had wrapped itself around her life like smoke. But when Vic had grabbed her in that supply closet, when Detective Brody's name had been spoken like a curse, when every safe door she knew had suddenly vanished, she had called Massimo. And he had answered before the first ring could finish. Finn drove without speaking. The city changed outside the windows, shifting from cracked sidewalks and shuttered liquor stores to wide avenues, glass towers, and buildings with doormen standing stiff beneath heated awnings. Flora watched it all with a strange hollow ache. She had always seen those towers from the bus after long shifts, glowing above the city like another world. She had never imagined she would be taken into one by a crime boss she had stitched together with trembling hands. Massimo finally reached for her arm again. This time, he stopped before touching her. "May I?" The question startled her more than an order would have. Flora looked at his hand, then at his face. "Since when do you ask?" "When it matters." She wanted to snap at him, but the words caught. Slowly, she let him take her arm. His fingers were warm and careful around the bruise. The gentleness felt almost wrong coming from him, like a knife wrapped in velvet. His jaw tightened as he studied the dark marks Vic had left on her skin. "He will not touch you again," Massimo said. Flora pulled her arm back. "Don't say that like it's supposed to comfort me." "It is true. That's exactly the problem." His eyes lifted to hers. "You saved my life. That made you part of this, whether you wanted it or not. I cannot undo that. I can only make sure you survive it. I had a life. You had a dangerous apartment, a broken lock, a corrupt detective at your door, and enemies learning your name." It was still mine. For the first time, something shifted in his expression. Not guilt. Massimo Drago did not look like a man who carried guilt in any simple way. But something close to understanding passed behind his eyes, quiet and brief. "I know," he said. The SUV turned into an underground garage beneath a tower of black glass and pale stone. The door opened before they fully stopped. Men in dark coats waited near a private elevator, their hands folded, their faces blank. Flora stepped out slowly, aware of her cheap work shoes on polished concrete, her wrinkled scrubs beneath her coat, and the dried hospital smell clinging to her skin. She looked like exhaustion. Massimo looked like power. The difference between them felt almost absurd. The private elevator rose without buttons being pressed. Flora stood in one corner while Massimo stood near the doors, close enough to block the world, far enough not to crowd her. The silence stretched. Somewhere above them was whatever came next, and Flora could feel herself crossing a line she did not know how to uncross. When the elevator opened, she found herself inside a penthouse that looked nothing like a home and everything like a fortress pretending to be beautiful. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed the city below, glittering through the storm. The floors were dark wood, the walls pale stone, the furniture sharp and expensive. Everything was clean, quiet, controlled. Nothing sagged, nothing flickered, nothing begged for repair. The place seemed impossible, after her apartment with its clanking radiator and cracked kitchen tile. Flora stepped inside, but refused to move farther. "I'm not staying here." Massimo removed his gloves. "For tonight, you are. I'm not your property." "No." The answer was too immediate. She looked at him, suspicious. His voice lowered. "You are not property. You are a woman who saved me when every sensible person would have left me to die. That means something in my world. In your world, everything means ownership. In my world, everything means consequence." Flora hated that his words made sense. She hated that the city outside the windows suddenly seemed very far away. She wanted to argue, to demand her coat, her keys, her hospital badge, her old life back. But then Massimo shifted slightly, almost too slightly to notice, and his hand pressed against his side beneath his coat. Flora's eyes narrowed. "Sit down," she said. Massimo looked at her. "Excuse me? You heard me. Sit down." Finn, who had followed them in, froze near the elevator, like he had just watched someone throw a match into gasoline. Massimo, however, only studied Flora with that quiet intensity she was beginning to recognize. "I am fine," he said. "You're bleeding." "No, I am not." Flora crossed the room and reached for his coat. He caught her wrist, not hard, but fast. Her eyes flashed. "Don't." He released her immediately. Flora pulled his coat aside and saw the dark stains spreading beneath his jacket, hidden carefully by the black fabric. She let out a sharp breath. "You reopened it." "It is minor. It is stupid." Finn suddenly looked very interested in the floor. Massimo's mouth tightened, but he obeyed when she pointed to the couch. That small surrender gave Flora more satisfaction than it should have. She found the medical supplies already waiting in a cabinet off the hall, because of course a man like Massimo had a private fortress stocked with better equipment than half the emergency rooms she had worked in. When she came back, he had removed his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt with stiff, irritated movements. The wound was angry and open at the edge, not as bad as the first night, but bad enough to make her furious. "You've been running around the city with fresh stitches?" she asked. "I had business. You had a hole in your side." "Both can be true." Flora glared at him and snapped on gloves. "You are the worst patient I have ever had." "I find that hard to believe. I once treated a man who tried to bite the thermometer." Massimo's eyes flickered. Almost a smile. Almost. She cleaned the wound in silence at first, her hands steadied as soon as they had a task. That had always been true. Fear could shake her voice, Anger could twist her stomach, but her hands knew what to do when someone was bleeding. Massimo sat still beneath her touch, his breathing controlled, his gaze fixed on her face rather than the needle. The closeness unsettled her. She could smell cold air on his clothes, soap on his skin, and faint smoke, like the city itself had followed him inside. "Tell me about Brody," she said while preparing the sutures. His expression hardened. "He owes money to the Belandi family." "The rival family." "Yes." "And he sold them my name." "Yes." Flora pushed the needle through his skin, a little harder than necessary. Massimo's jaw flexed, but he said nothing. "He came to my door," she said quietly. "He knew I was a nurse. He looked at my hands. Brody is useful to weak men because he wears a badge. He gives them names, addresses, reports, blind spots. In return, they pay his debts and protect his habits." "And Vic?" Massimo's eyes went black and still. Flora noticed. "What?" "Vic Belandi is not a messenger. He is what they send when they want fear to last." Her stomach turned cold. She remembered the supply closet, the hand on her arm, the smile. "He said he was in a hurry," she whispered. Massimo's voice became very soft. "He was not there to ask questions for long." Flora stopped stitching for a second. The penthouse seemed too quiet around them. Outside, snow moved past the glass like ash. "I don't want this," she said. "I know." "No, I don't think you do. I spend my life trying to keep people alive. I go to work. I come home. I pay bills late. I eat soup out of a mug when I'm too tired to wash a bowl. I don't know anything about families or territories or men like Vic. I helped you because you were dying. That's all." Massimo looked at her for a long moment. "That is not all. It is to me." "No," he said. "To you, it was mercy. To them, it was allegiance." Flora laughed softly, without humor. "That's insane." "Yes." That answer stopped her. Massimo leaned back, his face pale but composed. "I will not lie to make this world prettier. It is insane. It is cruel. It takes simple things and turns them into weapons. A phone number, a door lock, a nurse with a good heart. That is why I told you to leave me in the alley." Flora finished the last stitch and tied it off. Her throat felt tight. "You didn't tell me. You ordered me not to call the police." "That too." She almost smiled and hated herself for it. After she bandaged him, Massimo stood, but slower this time. He looked down at her with something that was not quite possession and not quite gratitude. It was heavier than both. "You will sleep here tonight," he said. "Tomorrow we decide what comes next." "I decide what comes next." His gaze held hers. "Then decide after you are not shaking." Flora wanted to argue, but her body betrayed her with a sudden wave of exhaustion, so deep it nearly folded her in half. Massimo saw it. Of course he saw it. He stepped aside and nodded toward the hallway. A housekeeper appeared as if from nowhere and led Flora to a guest room larger than her entire apartment. There were soft lamps, thick curtains, a bathroom full of warm stone and folded towels, and a bed that looked almost too clean to touch. Flora locked the door, even though she suspected every lock in the place answered to Massimo. She showered until the hospital smell left her skin. She stood under the hot water and watched faint pink run from the bruise on her arm where Vic had grabbed her. Then she put on the plain clothes someone had left for her, soft black pants and a sweater that fit too well to be accidental. That frightened her in a different way. Massimo did not need to raise his voice to be overwhelming. His power moved quietly. It repaired locks, bought clothes, watched streets, opened doors, and made escape feel like a question with no clean answer. Sleep came hard, but it came. Over the next few days, Flora learned the shape of captivity when it wore the face of protection. She was not locked in her room. Nobody chained her to a chair or barked orders at her. She could walk through the penthouse, sit by the windows, drink coffee too expensive for her to enjoy without guilt, and stare down at a city that no longer felt like hers. But the elevator required a code she did not have. The guards outside the door spoke politely and moved nowhere. Her phone had no service until Finn handed her a new one with 3 numbers saved. His, Massimo's, and a doctor named Elena, who worked for the family and asked no questions. Finn brought her belongings from the apartment on the second morning. Her winter boots, her worn paperback novels, her framed photo of her mother, her work bag, and the cereal box with Massimo's money still hidden inside. He placed it on the kitchen counter without comment. Flora looked at him. "You went through my cereal." Finn shrugged. "You hid Mafia money in toasted oats. I didn't know where else to put it." Fair. She should not have laughed, but she did, just once, and it startled them both. Massimo came and went, like a storm passing over distant hills. Sometimes she heard him in the office, his voice low and even as he spoke to men who answered like their lives depended on it. Sometimes he disappeared for hours and returned with blood on his cuff that was not his. Sometimes he stood by the windows late at night, his reflection dark against the city lights, one hand pressed lightly to his healing side. He did not touch Flora unless she allowed it. He did not apologize often, but when he looked at her, she felt the full weight of his attention, and that was almost more dangerous than touch. The news spoke in careful words. A warehouse fire near the river, a shooting at a private club with no witnesses willing to talk, an explosion in a vacant garage owned by a company nobody admitted to controlling. Police declined to comment. Sources suggested organized crime tension. Residents were advised to avoid certain blocks after dark. Flora watched the reports from the penthouse couch, cold coffee in her hands. "This is you," she said when Massimo entered behind her. He did not deny it. "This is the end of the people who came for you. And for you." "Yes." She turned to face him. "Do you ever get tired of saying terrible things calmly?" "Yes." That honesty again. It slipped past her defenses because it was never dressed up. Massimo sat across from her, leaving distance between them. He looked tired. Not weak, never weak, but worn at the edges. The wound had slowed him, though he pretended otherwise. Flora could see the signs. The slight stiffness when he sat, the faint gray under his skin, the careful way he breathed when he thought no one was watching. "You need rest," she said. "I need to finish this." "And then what?" He looked at her. "Then you choose." The word moved through her quietly. Choose. He had said it before, but this time it felt less like something given by a powerful man and more like something costly, something he did not want to offer and would still honor. Choose what? "Whether you leave?" Flora stared at him. He reached into his coat and placed a slim envelope on the table between them. New identity, documents, money that cannot be traced, a house outside the city under a clean name. "If that is what you want, Finn will take you there when this is over." Flora looked at the envelope but did not touch it. "You already planned my escape?" "Yes." "Without asking me. I was hoping you would not need it." "That's not better." "No," he admitted. "But it is true." She wanted to hate the envelope. She wanted to shove it back across the table and call him arrogant, controlling, impossible. But another feeling moved beneath the anger. He had made a cage around her, yes, but now he was showing her the door, and the sight of it scared her more than she expected. The war ended 3 nights later. Flora knew before anyone told her. The penthouse went quiet in a different way. Not tense, not waiting, just emptied of that sharp pressure that had lived in the walls since she arrived. The guards spoke lower. Finn took a call near the elevator and closed his eyes for 1 second, as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders. Massimo returned just before dawn. Flora had not slept. She was sitting in the kitchen wearing one of the soft sweaters she had sworn she would not get used to, hands wrapped around tea gone cold. The elevator opened, and he stepped inside with Finn beside him. Massimo's coat was torn at the shoulder. His face was bruised. Blood darkened one sleeve, but he was standing. Flora rose so fast the chair scraped the floor. "Don't say you're fine," she warned. Massimo stopped. Finn looked between them, then wisely vanished down the hall. Flora crossed the room and reached for Massimo's coat. This time, he did not stop her. The blood on his sleeve came from a long cut along his upper arm. Messy, painful, but not life-threatening. His side wound had held, though the bandage needed changing. Flora guided him to the chair and worked in silence, cleaning and wrapping and checking him with more force than necessary, because her hands needed somewhere to put the fear. "It is over," Massimo said. She kept her eyes on the bandage. "What does over mean for men like you?" "The Belandi family is finished. Their territory is mine. Their men have either surrendered or run." "And Vic?" The room went still. Massimo's voice was low. "He is gone." Flora did not ask for details. She did not want them. The part of her that had been grabbed in that closet, that had run shaking through hospital halls, let out a breath she had not known she was holding. Relief came with shame attached, but it came anyway. "Brody?" she asked. "Alive, ruined. His debts now belong to me, and his badge will not save him from what comes next." "That sounds like mercy by your standards." "It is not mercy, it is usefulness." Flora tied the bandage and sat back. "You're frightening." "Yes." "You don't even try to argue. You already know what I am." She looked at him then, really looked. The expensive clothes, the bruised face, the tired eyes, the wound she had stitched twice now. Massimo Drago was not a misunderstood saint. He was not secretly soft beneath a hard life. He was dangerous in ways that could not be made gentle by romance or gratitude. His world was built on fear, loyalty, debt, and blood. She knew that. She had seen enough to never pretend otherwise. But he had also left her untouched when he could have forced obedience. He had protected her when the police would not. He had given her an exit when keeping her would have been easier for a man like him. He had looked at her not like a tired nurse from a bad neighborhood, not like a problem to be solved, but like someone whose life mattered with terrifying seriousness. Massimo reached for the envelope on the counter and placed it in front of her. "Finn can leave within the hour," he said. "There is a car waiting. The house is far from here, quiet, safe. You will have enough money to never work another shift unless you want to. The name is clean. The past will not follow." Flora stared at the envelope. For days, she had dreamed of freedom, her apartment, her job, the simple rhythm of being tired for normal reasons. But now that escape sat in front of her. It no longer looked like going back. It looked like disappearing. A new name, a strange house, a life built from fear of being found. Safe, maybe, but alone in a different way. "What happens if I stay?" she asked. Massimo's eyes darkened. He did not answer at once. "That is not a soft road, Flora." "I didn't ask if it was soft. If you stay beside me, not behind me. That means enemies will know your face. Men will use your name to test me. There will be guards, rules, nights when I leave and cannot tell you where I am going. There will be things I do that you hate. I already hate some of them. You should." His honesty hurt more than a lie would have. Massimo leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his bandaged arms stiff at his side. "I am not a good man. I will never be the man you would have chosen if you met me in daylight. My hands are not clean. My world does not forgive weakness, and it does not let go of what it wants. If you stay because you think you can save me, leave now. If you stay because you are afraid of being alone, leave now. If you stay because of gratitude, leave now." Flora's throat tightened. "And if I stay because I want to?" Something in his face changed. It was small, but it reached his eyes. "Then I will spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret it." The city beyond the windows was waking slowly. Pale morning touched the tops of buildings. Snow rested on rooftops, clean and soft over all the dirty things beneath. Flora thought of the alley behind her apartment, the dumpster, the man in the snow. She thought of her own hands pressing against his wound, choosing not to look away. That choice had destroyed the life she knew, but maybe that life had already been wearing her down, one double shift, one broken lock, one lonely walk home at a time. She picked up the envelope. Massimo went very still. Flora opened it and looked at the name printed on the passport. A stranger's name, a clean escape, a quiet ghost life waiting for her far away. She could take it. She could leave before breakfast. She could become someone no one wanted, no one hunted, no one touched. Then she closed the envelope and set it back on the table. "I don't want to be erased," she said. Massimo's breath changed, barely. Flora looked at him, steady now. "I spent years trying to stay invisible, because I thought that was the only way to survive. I walked home with my keys between my fingers. I kept my head down. I let the city take pieces of me, because making noise felt dangerous. Then I found you bleeding in the snow, and for one stupid second, I stopped being invisible. I made a choice, not because anyone ordered me to, not because I belonged to anyone, because I decided someone's life was worth the risk." She stepped closer. "So, if I stay, it is not because you own me. It is not because your men watch the doors. It is not because I am scared of what waits outside. I am staying because I am done letting fear make every decision for me." Massimo stood slowly. He was close now, but he did not touch her. "What do you want, Flora?" he asked. The question was simple. No one had asked her that in a long time. Not what shift she could cover, not what bill she could delay, not what pain she could swallow quietly. What did she want? "I want to work again someday," she said. "Not at St. Jude's, not while Brody's friends know my name. But I'm a nurse. That doesn't disappear because you have enemies." Massimo nodded once. "Done." "I want my own phone, one that isn't just 3 numbers and a leash." "Done. I want guards who don't follow me into every room like I'm a museum painting." His mouth almost curved. "Negotiable. Massimo." "Done," he said, softer this time. "And I want the truth, even when it's ugly, especially when it's ugly. Do not wrap blood in pretty words and expect me to smile." He held her gaze. "You will have the truth." Flora believed him. Maybe that was foolish. Maybe every dangerous story began with a woman believing a man who had no right to be trusted. But trust, she was learning, was not always clean. Sometimes it was built in alleys, in fear, in pain, in the silence after violence when someone still gave you a choice. Massimo lifted his hand slowly, giving her time to refuse. She did not. His fingers brushed her cheek with a care that made her chest ache. "When I woke on your couch," he said quietly, "I thought I had died." Flora blinked. "Because my apartment was that bad?" This time, he smiled. A real one, faint and brief, but real. "Because no one had touched me with kindness in so long that I did not recognize it." The words opened something soft and wounded between them. Flora felt the last of her anger shift, not vanish, but make room for something else. Wonder maybe, fear too, and a pull she could no longer blame only on danger. She stepped into him carefully, mindful of his wounds, and rested her forehead against his chest. For a moment, Massimo did not move, as if even he, with all his power, did not know what to do with tenderness freely given. Then his arms came around her, slow and protective, holding her like she was something precious and breakable and impossibly strong all at once. "You understand what staying means?" he whispered against her hair. Flora closed her eyes. "It means the city gets darker." "Yes. It means people will talk." Yes. It means I'll probably spend the rest of my life telling you to sit down before you tear your stitches. His quiet laugh moved through his chest beneath her cheek. Probably? She pulled back enough to look at him. Then I guess you better listen. Massimo lowered his head and kissed her, not like a man claiming a prize, not like a king rewarding loyalty, but like a wounded man finally finding the one door he did not want to lock. The kiss was slow, careful, and full of all the things neither of them was ready to say. Flora tasted winter on him, and danger, and the strange warmth of a future she had never planned to want. Weeks later, the story of Massimo Drago's failed assassination became one more whispered legend in a city built on secrets. People said he had survived because he was too ruthless to die. Others said he had made a deal with men darker than himself. No one spoke of the exhausted ER nurse who had dragged him through a broken back door during a snowstorm, stitched his ribs beneath a yellow kitchen lamp, and changed the balance of power without knowing it. Flora never returned to her old apartment. The building lock stayed fixed, the hallway light kept working, and no one in the neighborhood ever understood why the landlord suddenly became so polite. St. Jude's received a quiet donation large enough to renovate the emergency wing, though no plaque carried a name. Detective Brody vanished from the department after an internal investigation that no one discussed in public. Vic Belandi became a warning spoken only once, and never loudly. As for Flora, she did not become invisible again. She stood beside Massimo in rooms where powerful men lowered their voices when she entered. She learned the names of guards, drivers, lawyers, doctors, and men who lived in the gray spaces of the city. She did not pretend to love the darkness, but she stopped pretending she was too fragile to stand inside it. When Massimo pushed too hard, she made him rest. When his men came in bleeding, she treated them with steady hands and sharp words. When someone called her soft, Massimo only smiled, because he knew what the city had learned too late. Soft things could still survive winter. Soft hands could still close wounds. And a woman everyone had overlooked could still become the one person, even the most feared man in the city, trusted with his life. On quiet nights, when snow touched the windows and the city below turned silver, Flora sometimes thought about the alley. She thought about how close she had come to walking away. One step faster, one glance missed, one tired decision made differently, and Massimo Drago would have died alone behind a dumpster while the storm covered him. Her life would have gone on, maybe. More shifts, more bills, more lonely walks through streets that never loved her back. Instead, she had stopped. That was the choice that ended one life and began another. Flora Padden had once believed survival meant staying unseen, but the night she saved a dangerous man from the snow, she learned that some hearts do not wake slowly. Some wake in fear, in blood, in the dark, with sirens crying somewhere far away. And when morning finally comes, they do not return to what they were. They rise. And beside Massimo Drago, high above the city that had once taught her to disappear, Flora finally stopped shrinking from the space she was meant to fill. The feared Mafia boss had been dead for 6 days when his widow realized someone was already wearing her life like a stolen dress. Nerida Vale was standing alone in the cold glass office above Pier 9, watching cargo lights blink through the rain, when her phone rang with the kind of call that made grief go quiet. Everyone in the city thought Dante Orsino's death had broken her. They pictured her locked inside their house, crying into black silk, too heavy with sorrow to notice the hands reaching for the empire he had left behind. They were wrong. Nerida had spent 6 days crying. Yes. She had cried in the shower where no one could hear her. She had cried with Dante's coat pressed against her chest because it still smelled faintly of smoke, cedar, and the winter air from the docks. She had cried until her eyes burned and her throat felt raw. but crying had never made her stupid. Grief had never made her blind, and the people moving against her had forgotten that before Nerida became Dante Orsino's wife, she had built international cargo routes through storms, strikes, frozen ports, missing containers, crooked customs agents, and men who smiled while trying to cheat her. She knew how things moved: money, weapons, medicine, food, lies. Everything had a route if you understood where to look. The call came from Mara Ellison, a warehouse compliance officer who had worked under Nerida for 7 years and still sounded as calm during disaster as a nurse holding pressure on a wound. "Mrs. Orsino," she said quietly, "I need you to tell me where you are." Nerida's hand tightened around the phone. Outside the window, cranes moved slowly in the gray morning like iron giants bowing to the water. "Why?" Mara breathed once, the sound barely there. "Because a woman using your identification just arrived at the private cargo finance office." Nerida did not move. Her reflection stared back from the window, wide face pale from a week without sleep, dark hair pinned low, black dress simple enough for mourning and sharp enough for war. "Say that again." Mara's voice dropped. "She has your executive card, a temporary voice authorization, and 2 of Mr. Orsino's former advisors with her. They are asking to redirect reserve holdings from the port distribution account into an outside holding structure." The office seemed to grow colder. For a moment, Nerida heard nothing but rain ticking against the glass. Then her mind did what it had always done when panic tried to enter first. It started counting. Advisor 1 would be Renzo Bell. Advisor 2 would be Orlan Pike. Both had smiled too softly at the funeral. Both had touched her shoulder like she was a damaged thing they might one day need to move out of the way. "What does she look like?" Nerida asked. "Like you from a distance," Mara said. "Same dark coat, same low bun, same pearl earrings, same way you hold a folder under your left arm. But she's thinner, taller, and she keeps looking down before she answers anything complicated." Nerida closed her eyes. "Leora." The name tasted bitter because it used to taste like trust. Leora Saye had been Nerida's assistant for almost 4 years. Polished, careful, quiet, always 2 steps behind, always remembering coffee orders, meeting codes, shipping calendars, and the exact shade of lipstick Nerida wore to board hearings. Nerida had trained her because she believed smart women deserved doors held open. She had not known Leora was studying the shape of the key. Mara said nothing, which meant she understood. Nerida opened her eyes. "Do not reject the authorization." There was a pause. "Mrs. Orsino, if we reject it, they'll know we caught them." "Exactly. I want them comfortable." Nerida turned away from the window and crossed to Dante's desk. His desk now, everyone still called it, even though the legal documents said otherwise. Dante had once laughed when a banker asked if Nerida understood the secure transfer structure. He had leaned back, looked at his wife, and said, "She understands it better than the men who built it." At the time, Nerida had pretended not to like the pride in his voice. Now the memory hit hard enough to steal her breath, but she did not let it take the room. "Process a decoy authorization through Reserve Chain 3, she said. "Use the harbor relief template from last winter." Mara's breathing changed. "That will look real on the surface. And lock every dollar behind an internal audit wall the second they try to move it. They'll think they have access. Let them." Nerida opened the black drawer under Dante's desk and removed the small metal case he had given her 2 years earlier, during a night so ordinary she had almost forgotten it. Rain, late dinner, his tie loose, her feet aching from a warehouse inspection. He had slid the case across the kitchen island and said, "If something ever happens to me, no one gets through the door unless you open it." She had told him not to talk like that. He had only looked at her with those dark, tired eyes and said, "Then promise me you'll remember you are not the door, you are the lock." Now the case felt heavier than it should have. "Mara," Nerida said, Record everything inside compliance limits. Names, timestamps, document requests, body language notes. Especially anything Leora says when she thinks no one is listening. Already started. A small, painful smile touched Nerida's mouth. Good girl. Mara's voice softened. Are you safe? That was the question everyone had been asking her for 6 days, but only Mara asked it like she expected a real answer. Nerida looked toward the empty chair across the desk, the one Dante used during late-night route calls because he liked to watch her work. No, she said, but neither are they. By noon, the false Nerida had walked out of the cargo finance office with 2 smug advisors and a locked fortune she did not know was already useless. By 2, the rumor had reached 3 board members that Dante's widow had finally accepted help. By 4, someone from the hotel consortium sent flowers to Nerida's house with no card, only white lilies tied in black ribbon. By 6, Renzo Bell and Orlan Pike arrived at her front door with Leora between them, carrying warm food, soft voices, and murder dressed as concern. Nerida watched them from the upstairs landing before the housekeeper let them in. Her home had never felt so much like a stage. The marble foyer gleamed beneath amber lights. Dante's portrait had been draped in black at the request of older men who thought grief required decoration. His shoes were still near the side entrance because Nerida had not allowed anyone to move them. A foolish thing maybe, a soft thing, but softness was not weakness, no matter how many men needed to believe it was. Leora entered first. She wore a charcoal coat almost identical to one Nerida owned, though the shoulders sat too narrow and the collar was buttoned wrong. Her dark hair had been twisted low at the neck, pearl earrings, red-brown lipstick, no wedding ring, of course, but black gloves that hid her hands. She looked almost like a reflection, if the mirror had learned ambition and forgotten shame. Renzo carried a covered dish from a restaurant Nerida hated. Orlan held a leather folder against his ribs, as if it contained his own heartbeat. Nerida, Leora said, voice warm and trembling in just the right places. We didn't want you to be alone tonight. Nerida came down the stairs slowly, one hand resting on the rail, not because she needed support, but because they expected her to look fragile, and she had learned long ago that men revealed more when they believed they were being kind. That's thoughtful, she said. Her voice sounded tired, because she was tired. That made it easier. You didn't have to come. Renzo stepped forward, with open sadness on his face. He was a silver-haired man, with beautiful manners and the morals of a leaking pipe. Dante would never forgive us if we left you surrounded by paperwork and silence. Nerida almost laughed. Dante would have forgiven many things before he forgave Renzo Bell entering his house without being searched. Then you must stay for tea, she said. They moved into the smaller sitting room, not the main one where Dante used to meet captains, lawyers, and men who never removed their coats. Nerida chose the smaller room because it made people careless. Too much velvet, too much warmth, too domestic for treason. Leora sat on the sofa and placed one hand over Nerida's with a practiced tenderness that made Nerida's skin want to pull away. You look exhausted. I am. No one expects you to carry all this yourself. No? Orlan opened his mouth, then closed it. Good. He had almost spoken too soon. Renzo covered the moment by uncovering the dish. You should eat something. Dante always said you forgot meals when the port was under pressure. Nerida looked at the food, then at him. Dante said that? Renzo smiled. Many times. He was lying. Dante never said the port was under pressure. He said the harbor was growling. A strange phrase from his father, old Sicilian dock slang softened into English. Only the inner circle used it. Nerida folded the detail into the quiet place inside her mind, where she stored things that would matter later. Leora poured tea with the same careful wrist turn Nerida used at client meetings. Too careful, too studied. The city is unstable, she said gently. Dante's rivals are watching. Investors are nervous. Port crews need command. Nerida let her eyes drop to the cup. I know. And you have always been brilliant, Leora said, which was how clever women insulted each other when men were present. But brilliance under ordinary pressure is different from leadership during personal trauma. Nerida looked at her former assistant's face, at the smooth concern, the lowered lashes, the false ache around the mouth. She remembered Leora 3 years earlier, standing in a warehouse office at 3 in the morning, while a refrigeration failure threatened an entire vaccine shipment. Leora had panicked. Nerida had not. Nerida had rerouted trucks, cleared a temporary facility, moved federal paperwork, and saved the shipment before sunrise. Leora had cried in the bathroom afterward, ashamed, and Nerida had covered for her. Now the same woman was sitting in her house explaining pressure. "You're right," Nerida said softly. "This is different." Orlan relaxed, just a little. His folder shifted. When he moved, Nerida saw the corner of a security badge tucked inside the leather flap. Blue stripe, restricted dock access, not active board access, not advisor access. A badge from Dock 17, where Dante had stored sensitive cargo records under a legal subsidiary no one outside the inner circle was supposed to know existed. Her grief went very still. This was not only about money. Money was the obvious prize, the shiny thing waved in front of greedy hands. But Dock 17 meant records. Contracts, names, routes, protection agreements. If they had touched that dock, they were not improvising after Dante's death. They had been waiting. Renzo leaned back with a sigh that sounded rehearsed. "Forgive the business talk. We came as friends." "Friends are allowed to worry," Nerida said. "Exactly." Leora squeezed her hand. "Then let us help. Temporary support only. Nothing permanent. Just enough to keep things moving until your mind clears." There it was. Soft. Reasonable. Poison with honey at the rim. Nerida let her breathing unevenly catch, and all 3 of them noticed. "I don't know who to trust anymore," she whispered. Leora's thumb moved gently over her knuckles. "Trust the people Dante trusted." Nerida looked at Renzo, then Orlan, then Leora. "Did he trust you?" The room held its breath for 1 beat too long. Renzo recovered first, with his life. Nerida thought of Dante's burned car found near the service road outside the eastern port, the bullet holes, the blood, the missing body, the official report that said no one could have survived the ambush. She thought of how quickly Renzo had accepted death before the investigators finished speaking. She thought of how Orlan had asked, at the funeral reception, whether Dante had left her clear instructions. She thought of Leora wearing her coat. "I'm sorry," Nerida said, letting her voice break exactly where it needed to. "I can't talk about this tonight." Leora's expression softened with triumph, disguised as sympathy. "Of course," Renzo stood. "Tomorrow, then. There is a private dinner at the Merrow Hotel. Quiet, secure, only a few necessary people. We can discuss emergency structure there without overwhelming you." Nerida looked down. "A hotel?" Orlan spoke for the first time, voice dry as paper. "Neutral ground." Neutral ground owned by Callum Vey, Dante's rival in the Western Harbor, and a man who had been trying to buy his way into port distribution routes for a decade. Nerida's fear became sharper, cleaner. "I don't think I should be seen publicly yet." "Not publicly," Leora said quickly. Too quickly. "Private dining floor. No press. No board gossip. And if I say no," the question came out so soft, it almost sounded helpless. Renzo gave her the sad smile of a man already imagining her signature beneath his hand. "Then people may begin to worry you are refusing necessary business support while in emotional distress." None of us wants that. There it was again. Concern shaped like a cage. After they left, Nerida stood in the foyer until the sound of their car disappeared beyond the gate. The housekeeper waited near the hall, face pale with worry. "Should I call Mr. Rook?" Nerida looked at the black-draped portrait of her husband. Dante's painted eyes looked back, severe and alive in a way the newspapers insisted he was not. "Yes," she said. "Tell Maxon I need him here within the hour." The housekeeper nodded and hurried away. Nerida climbed the stairs slowly, entered the bedroom she had not slept in since the news, and opened Dante's side of the closet. His suits still hung in their quiet, dark line: black, navy, charcoal, one deep brown jacket she had bought because she said he looked less like a funeral in it. He had worn it once just to please her, then complained all evening. She touched the sleeve and grief struck suddenly, brutally, with no respect for strategy. Her knees weakened. She pressed her forehead into the fabric and let one sound escape, small and broken. "Dante," she whispered. No answer came. Only rain. Only the house. Only the huge empty shape of everything he had occupied. But when she lifted her face, her eyes were dry enough. She changed out of the black morning dress and put on a soft grey suit. Not armor yet, not the charcoal one. That would come later. She pinned her hair tighter, removed the pearls Leora had copied, and replaced them with small gold earrings Dante had given her after her first solo board victory. Then she walked into his private study and waited for Maxon Rook. Maxon arrived at 8:15 with wet shoulders, a battered leather briefcase, and the expression of a man who had expected betrayal but disliked being proven right. He was not Mafia, not exactly. He was a legal strategist with quiet eyes, perfect memory, and the unsettling gift of making dangerous men realize paperwork could bleed them. Dante had trusted him because Maxon did not flatter power. Nerida trusted him because he had once corrected her in front of 6 executives and then defended her twice as fiercely when they tried to use it against her. He entered the study, took one look at her face, and did not ask whether she was all right. "Tell me everything." So she did. The false authorization, Leora, the advisors, the wrong phrase, the doc badge, the dinner invitation. Maxon listened without interrupting, only removing a pen when she mentioned Doc 17. At the end, he leaned back and said, "They don't only want shares. They want operational command. Yes. And the mandate will be framed as temporary. Yes. With a psychological weakness clause." Nerida looked at him. "You think they already have one prepared? I think men like Renzo Bell never walk into a widow's house without a document ready to explain why her no does not count." The words landed quietly, but they landed deep. Her no. How many times had men dressed it up as emotion, fear, confusion, grief, stubbornness? How many times had they smiled while waiting for her to become reasonable, which only meant smaller? Nerida walked to the rain-streaked window. Far beyond the glass, the port lights burned through the dark. Dante's empire, people called it, his ships, his docks, his companies. But Nerida knew the truth was more complicated. Dante had owned the shadows. She had organized the roads between them. She had turned violent inheritance into legal movement, moved the legitimate companies cleanly enough that inspectors had nothing to hold, kept warehouses paid, drivers loyal, food routes alive during storms, medical shipments protected when greedy men tried to hijack them. Dante had been feared. Nerida had been useful, and useful women were often mistaken for furniture until the house collapsed without them. "I'll go to the dinner," she said. Maxon's eyes narrowed. "That is a terrible idea. It's the only place they believe they control the room. That does not make it safe." Safe is not the same as useful. He studied her for a long moment, then sighed because he knew arguing with Nerida Vale after she had already built a route was mostly ceremonial. "What do you need?" For the first time all day, something close to calm moved through her. A recorder they won't find. Access to Merrow Hotel's old service maps. Confirmation on Leora's debt, Renzo's outside accounts, and Orlan's connection to Dock 17, and Mara's full compliance log by midnight. Maxon closed his briefcase again. Anything else? Nerida looked at Dante's empty chair. Yes, she said softly. Find out who benefits if everyone believes my husband is dead. Maxon's face changed by the smallest degree. Not surprise, not disbelief, something more careful. You think he survived? Nerida did not answer quickly. She looked at the rain, the cranes, the city that had begun dividing Dante's bones before seeing his body. I think Dante Orsino was many things, she said. Easy to kill was never one of them. That night, after Maxon left, Nerida sat alone in the study, with the metal case open beside her, and the decoy transfer glowing on her laptop screen. Leora's false authorization looked flawless at first glance. The digital signature matched. The executive tone matched. Even the timing of the request felt like something Nerida might do during crisis. But beneath it, Mara's audit wall had closed like a steel fist. Every movement from that account forward would leave a trail. Every person who touched it would mark themselves. Nerida watched the first attempted transfer fail silently, then the second, then a third, from a different access point. She imagined Leora's polished face tightening, Renzo pretending not to worry. Orlan realizing too late that a cage could have velvet walls and still lock. Near midnight, an encrypted message arrived from Mara. Only 4 words. They took the bait. Nerida sat back. The house was silent around her. On Dante's desk, beside the laptop, his old silver lighter caught the lamplight. She picked it up, turned it once between her fingers, and remembered the way he used to look at her when other men interrupted her in meetings. Not angry first, amused, as if he already knew they had stepped onto weak ice. Let them finish, he would murmur later. Men who underestimate you talk longer. Nerida closed her hand around the lighter. Tomorrow, she would walk into a rival's hotel, wearing grief like a veil and calculation like a blade. Tomorrow, Leora would pretend to comfort her again. Renzo and Orlan would slide papers across a table and call surrender stability. They would expect tears. They would expect confusion. They would expect the fat widow to break under the weight of a dead man's empire. Nerida turned off the study lamp and stood in the dark, watching the port lights shimmer beyond the rain. For the first time since the ambush, she did not feel alone inside the silence. She felt watched by enemies. She felt followed by ghosts. She felt the soft fear of a woman walking toward a room built to trap her. But beneath all of it, under the grief and dread and the ache of missing Dante so badly it sometimes made breathing feel rude, there was something colder beginning to wake. The people coming for her had made one mistake before all the others. They had believed a woman could not mourn and hunt at the same time. By morning, the city had begun to speak about Nerida Vale in the careful voice people used when they wanted pity to sound like respect. The financial papers called her Dante Orsino's grieving widow. The port captains called her quiet. The board members called her overwhelmed. 2 gossip columns, written by people who had never met her and would not have lasted 1 hour inside a frozen warehouse during a shipping delay, described her as fragile. Nerida read none of it. She was already awake before sunrise, standing barefoot in her kitchen, with a cup of black coffee gone cold in her hand, listening to rain slide down the windows and watching a cargo tracking screen glow on her laptop. Across the city, containers were still moving. Trucks were still leaving yards. Crews were still clocking in under orange lights. The world Dante had built, the world she had kept breathing for years, with schedules, contracts, and emergency calls, did not pause because people wanted her to collapse. That, more than anything, steadied her. The port did not care about rumors. Freight did not care about sympathy. A route either worked or it failed, and Nerida had never been interested in failure. Maxon Rook sent his first update at 6:28. Leora Saye had 3 active debts hidden under 2 shell names. Renzo Bell had taken 2 private meetings with Callum Vey's legal men within the last month. Orlan Pike's restricted badge from Dock 17 had been copied, not issued, which meant someone inside Dante's security structure had either been bribed or threatened. The Merrow Hotel's private dining floor had an old staff corridor behind the west wall, a records room near the wine archive, and an internal conference suite with enough soundproofing to make a person disappear without leaving the building. Nerida read the message twice. Then she turned the phone over and looked at her reflection in the black screen. Her face looked softer in the morning light, tired around the eyes, full at the cheeks, too human for the kind of work waiting for her. That was what people saw first: her sighs, her grief, her quiet voice, the curve of her body in black clothing. They did not see the mind working behind it, because they had never wanted to. It was easier for them to believe Dante had married her for comfort, for loyalty, maybe for some private softness he never showed the world. It never occurred to them that he had married a woman who could read a shipping report the way other people read confessions. At 9, Leora called. Nerida let it ring 3 times before answering. "I was worried," Leora said, and somehow made the sentence sound like silk being folded over a knife. "I didn't hear from you after last night." Nerida stood in Dante's study, looking at the empty leather chair behind his desk. "I didn't sleep much." "Of course you didn't. This is exactly why we need to put temporary leadership in place, just until things settle." Nerida closed her eyes, as if the voice alone had made her weary. "I don't want strangers touching Dante's companies." "Not strangers," Leora said softly. "People who loved him." Nerida nearly smiled at that. People who loved Dante Orsino did not usually rush to remove his wife from power before the ashes of his car had cooled. "Will Callum Vey be there tonight?" There was a silence so brief most people might have missed it. Nerida did not. "No," Leora said. "Of course not. It is only a private business dinner. Renzo, Orlan, myself, and a neutral hotel counsel to witness anything you choose to sign. Anything you choose to sign." The words were gentle enough to pass as reassurance, but Nerida heard the locked room inside them. "I don't know if I can sign anything." Leora's voice warmed, and that warmth made Nerida colder. "No one will force you, but if you cannot make decisions right now, there are legal ways to protect you from the burden. You should not have to prove strength while you are in pain." Nerida looked toward the sealed metal case on Dante's desk. "Maybe you're right," she whispered. Leora exhaled, almost too softly to hear. Relief, triumph, hunger. "I'll send a car at 7. "No," Nerida said. "I'll come in my own." Another pause. "Whatever makes you comfortable." When the call ended, Nerida did not move for a long moment. Then she opened Maxon's second message. Merrow West Service Access Code, likely still tied to old Orsino emergency agreement. Dante used hotel in 2019 for port arbitration. Possible code 0419. The number went through her like a ghost, touching the back of her neck. April 19th, their civil wedding date. Not the grand ceremony his family had demanded months later. Not the night of black cars and white orchids and men with guns under their jackets. April 19th had been a Tuesday morning at City Hall. Rain outside. No guests except Maxon and Dante's old driver. One plain gold ring. And Dante, looking more nervous than he had during 3 federal investigations. Nerida remembered laughing at him in the hallway, because his hand shook when he signed. He had said, "I negotiate with killers for breakfast, but this is the only contract that can ruin me." She had told him he was being dramatic. He had looked at her then, serious beneath the teasing, and said, "No, I am being honest." Nerida pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose until the memory stopped hurting enough for her to breathe around it. If Dante had chosen that date as an emergency code, then part of him had expected her to need it one day. Or maybe he had simply been sentimental in the quiet, hidden ways he denied in public. Either thought hurt. The hours before the dinner passed slowly, not because Nerida was idle, but because every task felt like it belonged to two women at once. One woman checked encrypted recorders, reviewed legal language, and memorized old hotel corridors. The other woman kept pausing at small signs of Dante still living inside the house, his watch on the dresser, his unread book beside the bed, a half-finished note in his sharp handwriting about expanding cold chain storage in Baltimore. At 5:30, she stood before the mirror and chose what to wear. Not widow black, not yet the charcoal suit Dante loved. That suit belonged to the final move, and tonight was not the final move. Tonight, she needed to look uncertain enough to invite carelessness, polished enough not to look truly weak, and forgettable enough for men to think the room belonged to them. She chose a deep navy dress with a structured jacket, low heels, she could run in if necessary, and no pearls. Her body filled the fabric with its familiar weight and softness, and for one old, ugly second, she heard voices from a lifetime of boardrooms and charity dinners. Too large, too much, too visible, too easy to dismiss. Then she lifted her chin. Men had underestimated her body for years. They saw size and thought slowness. They saw softness and imagined surrender. Good. Let them look exactly where she wanted them looking. The Merrow Hotel rose above the river like a dark jewel, all black glass, brass doors, and quiet staff trained not to notice fear. Nerida arrived at 7:41, beneath a thin curtain of rain. No reporters waited, no photographers. That alone told her Leora had been honest about privacy and dishonest about everything else. The lobby smelled of cedar, expensive candles, and old money trying to hide newer sins. A young manager greeted her by name with sorrowful eyes and led her toward a private elevator at the back. "Mrs. Orsino, we're very sorry for your loss." Nerida gave the small, empty smile grief had taught her. "Thank you." The elevator rose without stopping. In the mirrored wall, she saw herself between two brass rails, full figure wrapped in navy, face calm, hands bare. No wedding ring visible, because she had turned it inward beneath her glove. Not removed, never removed, just hidden. Tonight, every visible symbol mattered. Leora waited outside the private dining room. She wore cream silk, an interesting choice for a woman visiting a widow. Her makeup was flawless. Her eyes softened the instant she saw Nerida, but her gaze moved quickly over the jacket, the handbag, the gloved hands, the shoes, counting, measuring, searching for weakness and weapons, though she would only know one kind. "You came," Leora said. "I said I would. I know. She reached as if to embrace her, then stopped halfway, letting the unfinished gesture hang between them, like proof of tenderness. "I know how hard this must be." Nerida looked at her. "Do you?" Leora's mouth trembled slightly. She was good, better than Nerida wanted to admit. Dante was not only your husband, he was the center of everything. "No," Nerida said softly. Leora blinked. Nerida let the pause stretch, then lowered her eyes. "He was my husband first." That made Leora relax again. Emotion, personal grief, a widow unable to think beyond love. It was almost insulting how easily they accepted the performance. Inside, the dining room was too beautiful to be comfortable. One long table sat beneath low gold lights. Rain blurred the windows. A wall of wine cabinets gleamed behind glass. Renzo stood when Nerida entered. Orlan did not stand until he saw Renzo do it. A hotel counsel with pale hands and a nervous smile sat beside a stack of folders. Two silent men stood near the side door, not hotel security. Callum Vey's people, Nerida guessed. They wore their suits too tightly over shoulder holsters. She noticed them noticing her noticing them. Then she looked away, as if frightened. "Nerida," Renzo said warmly, crossing the room. "Thank you for trusting us tonight." Trusting them. That was a bold phrase for men sitting under a roof owned by her husband's rival. "I didn't know what else to do," she said. Orlan gestured toward the chair at the center. Not the head, the center, a symbolic placement, surrounded, not leading. Sit, eat first, business after. Nerida sat where they wanted her, placed her handbag on the floor near her right foot, and quietly pressed the small recorder hidden beneath the clasp. Dinner began with soup no one tasted, then fish, then wine. Nerida did not drink. They spoke of weather, cargo delays, Dante's funeral arrangements, and the sadness of powerful men dying before their work was finished. Renzo performed grief with the elegance of a priest. Orlan performed patience badly. Leora watched Nerida too closely and spoke whenever silence threatened to become useful. "Do you remember when Dante brought you into the West Dock negotiations?" she asked. Everyone thought he was being romantic, giving his wife a seat. Renzo laughed softly. And then she corrected the customs schedule. Twice, Nerida said, before she could stop herself. Orlan's eyes narrowed. She lowered her gaze immediately, as if embarrassed by the spark of pride. "Sorry." Leora touched her wrist. "No, don't be. We all know how capable you were before all this." Were, past tense. There it was again. They were already speaking about her like a closed office. After the plates were cleared, the hotel council opened the first folder. "Mrs. Orsino, this is an emergency operating mandate drafted for temporary stabilization of the Orsino Legal Logistics Holdings." His voice shook on the word legal, which told Nerida he knew exactly why that word mattered. It would allow a small advisory committee to manage core decisions for a limited period. "How limited?" Nerida asked. Renzo answered instead. 90 days, with renewal if needed. Who decides if it's needed? Orlan leaned forward. A medical and legal review. Nerida let her fingers tighten around her napkin. Medical? Leora's face filled with concern. "Only to protect you." Nerida looked from one face to another, widening her eyes just enough. "Protect me from what?" Renzo sighed, as if the answer pained him. "From being challenged later, from people claiming you made decisions during acute grief and emotional impairment." The words were so neat, so polished, they might as well have arrived already typed. Nerida touched her throat. "Emotional impairment. No one is accusing you," Leora said quickly. "This is preventive." Orlan slid another paper halfway across the table. "A grief specialist has prepared a preliminary observation based on recent behavior." Recent behavior. Nerida had attended a funeral, refused 3 meetings, and ignored 11 calls from men trying to steal from her. Apparently that was enough to declare a woman unstable if the right doctor was paid to say it. She reached for the paper with hands that trembled because she made them tremble. The first page was not a full evaluation. It was worse. It was a summary designed for court use. Subject appears emotionally overwhelmed. Decision-making capacity may be compromised. Body presentation and self-neglect suggest depressive instability. Nerida stopped reading there. Body presentation. They had managed to turn her size into evidence. Not directly. Men like this rarely wrote cruelty plainly when legal language could do it for them. But it was there, dressed up as concern. She felt heat rise under her skin. Not shame this time, but anger, so clean it almost steadied her too much. She forced herself to breathe fast. "You had someone evaluate me." Leora reached for her. "Nerida, please don't see it that way." "How should I see it?" Her voice broke. "Good. Let it break. Let the men near the door think she was close to losing control." "As a shield," Renzo said. "A temporary shield. This says I may not be able to make decisions." "May," Orlan said. "It only says may." Nerida laughed once, a soft, cracked sound. "And if I don't sign?" The room quieted. Rain tapped the windows. The council looked down. Leora's hand tightened around her water glass. Renzo's voice became gentle enough to be dangerous. "Then the board may have no choice but to act without your cooperation." Nerida stood too quickly. Her chair scraped back. "I need air." Leora rose. "I'll come with you." No. The word came sharp. Everyone looked at her. Nerida pressed one hand to her chest and let panic cover her face like a veil. No, I'm sorry. I just need a minute. I can't breathe with all of you staring at me. Orlan's mouth tightened. Renzo gave a small nod to the men by the door, and one shifted subtly, blocking the main exit. Noted, Nerida turned toward the sideboard, where a silver tray held coffee service and untouched dessert plates. She reached for the water pitcher with shaking hands, knocked it against a glass, corrected too fast, and sent the entire serving tray crashing to the floor. Porcelain shattered, coffee spread across the pale rug. Silver spoons jumped like startled fish. The council flinched. Leora gasped. One of the guards cursed under his breath as coffee splashed his shoes. Nerida stepped backward, hand over her mouth. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her voice shook so convincingly that even she almost believed it. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Renzo came toward her, annoyed now beneath the concern. It's all right. Restroom, she whispered. Please, I need... She did not finish. People loved finishing fragile women's sentences for them. Leora pointed toward the private hall. Down there, second door. One of the guards started to follow. Renzo lifted a hand. Give her dignity. It was the first useful thing he had said all night. Nerida walked into the hallway slowly, then turned the corner and moved. Not running. Running made sound. She passed the restroom, found the narrow service door Maxon had marked, and entered the code with fingers that no longer trembled. 0, 4, 1, 9. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the lock clicked. The sound went through her chest, like Dante speaking in a room behind her. She slipped inside and closed the door softly. The service corridor beyond smelled like dust, lemon cleaner, and old carpet glue. Low emergency lights ran along the floor. Somewhere behind the wall, voices moved faintly in the dining room. Renzo was calming Leora. Orlan was snapping at staff. Good. Nerida followed the corridor left, counted 3 doors, then found the records room beside the wine archive. It had a keypad too. She tried the same code. Nothing. She tried Dante's birth month and year. Nothing. Then she looked at the small brass plate beneath the keypad. M3 records. Merrow 3rd floor. Dante would not use his own date twice. He would use hers. Nerida entered her birthday. The lock opened. Inside, the records room was smaller than she expected, with file cabinets, a scanner, and a long table stacked with folders that should not have been there. No one stored active legal papers in hotel records unless they wanted deniability with room service. Nerida pulled on thin gloves from her handbag and began photographing fast. Debt notes under Leora's shell name. A private repayment schedule linked to Callum Vey's Eastern Syndicate contact. Renzo's consulting agreement with an outside holding company prepared to receive Orsino reserve funds. Orlan's correspondence about Doc 17 inventory access. A draft petition for emergency removal of Nerida Vale Orsino from executive authority by noon the next day. And beneath that, the forged psychological evaluation, full version, signed by a doctor Nerida had never met. It described her as unstable, dependent, emotionally fixated on her deceased husband, vulnerable to delusion, and physically neglectful due to stress-related overeating. Nerida stared at the words until they blurred. Not because they hurt more than she expected, because they revealed exactly what her enemies believed would be easiest for the world to accept. A grieving fat woman who ate too much, cried too much, loved too much, and therefore could not lead. For 1 second, rage tried to make her careless. She wanted to tear the paper in half. She wanted to walk back into that dining room and press it against Leora's perfect face. Instead, she photographed every page. Then she scanned the signature block. Then she folded nothing, moved nothing, and placed each folder back exactly as she had found it. Her phone buzzed once. Maxon. Status. She typed with one hand. They have forged eval. Transfer company. Debt proof. Removal petition. Need recording from table. His answer came immediately. Get out. They will notice soon. Nerida looked toward the door. He was right. The corridor was too quiet now. The dining room noise had changed. Less broken porcelain, more searching. She left the records room, locked it behind her, and moved back through the service corridor. But instead of returning directly, she paused near a maintenance alcove opposite the private conference suite. The door stood slightly open. Inside, a long black table waited beneath low lights. Not the dining room table, a second table. The real room then. The place they intended to move her after she became tired enough, frightened enough, surrounded enough to sign. Nerida entered quickly and knelt beneath the table. Her knees protested against the hard floor, her jacket pulled tight at her shoulders. For an absurd moment, she imagined what Orlan would say if he saw her there, this large, grieving woman on the carpet, reaching into the underside of the conference table with a small encrypted transmitter between her fingers. He would think she looked ridiculous. Good. Let him. Ridiculous women were rarely searched carefully. She fixed the transmitter beneath the center support, pressed once, until the tiny light blinked, then went still, as footsteps passed outside the door. Find her, Orlan said in the hallway. She's been gone too long. Leora answered, lower, sharper now that Nerida was not in the room to hear her softness. Don't scare her too early. We need her signature clean. Clean? Orlan snapped. You brought a fake psych report. And you brought men with guns to a dinner. Renzo's voice cut through both of them. Enough. She is emotional, not vanished. Check the restroom, then the lounge. Nerida held her breath until their footsteps faded. Then she slipped out through the opposite conference door and reached the restroom from the far side, entering just as Leora pushed open the main door. Nerida stood at the sink with water running over her hands. Her face in the mirror looked pale enough to be believable. Leora appeared behind her, concern restored like makeup reapplied. There you are. Nerida did not turn. I'm embarrassed. Don't be. Leora came closer. Everyone understands. Nerida watched her reflection. Do they? You're under impossible strain. I saw the way Orlan looked at me. Leora sighed, and for the first time, real irritation slipped through. Orlan is not gentle, but he is practical. And you? Nerida asked. Are you gentle? Leora's eyes met hers in the mirror. Something passed between them then. Not confession, not yet. But the mask thinned, and Nerida saw the woman beneath it, hungry and cornered, and tired of serving from the chair behind someone else. I am trying to save what can be saved, Leora said. Nerida turned off the water. From me? Leora's smile returned. For you. She touched Nerida's sleeve. Come back. Sign the temporary mandate tonight, and tomorrow everything becomes quieter. Nerida looked at that hand on her arm and thought of all the years Leora had stood close enough to learn her perfume, her posture, her signature, but never close enough to understand her. All right, Nerida whispered. Now I'll look at it again. They did not take her back to the dining room. Of course they didn't. The broken tray had ruined the performance space. Instead, Leora led her into the conference suite, where the transmitter now listened beneath the table. Renzo sat at one end. Orlan stood near the windows. The council had been dismissed, which told Nerida they had grown tired of legal witnesses and were ready for pressure. The two guards waited outside the closed door. No more theater, Orlan said. Renzo shot him a warning look, but it was too late. Nerida lowered herself into a chair slowly. Theater? Leora sat beside her. He means no more delays. Orlan laughed. No, I mean theater. The trembling widow act. The dropped tray. The helpless eyes. I don't know how much of it is grief and how much is habit, but I am tired of pretending this empire can wait for your feelings. Nerida stared at him as if wounded. Inside, she felt the transmitter holding every word like a net. Renzo leaned forward. "Nerida, listen carefully. By tomorrow noon, one of two things happens. Either you sign a temporary mandate tonight and remain protected inside a structure that respects Dante's memory, or the board receives medical documentation questioning your capacity and votes to restrict your authority while the courts review it." "That could take months," Leora added softly. "During that time, company reserves may be frozen, security contracts may lapse, and the wrong people may move against you." "The wrong people," Nerida repeated. Orlan looked toward the rain-black window. "Dante made enemies. You were safe, because he was alive." The words struck harder than she expected, not because they were true, but because some part of her feared they were. Her husband had filled rooms with danger so effortlessly that even his absence felt armed. Without him, the house sounded larger. The port seemed colder. Men smiled longer. Nerida swallowed, and this time she did not have to fake the ache in her throat. Leora saw it and leaned in. "This is not surrender. This is survival." Nerida looked at the papers in front of her. "And the reserve transfer." Renzo's face barely changed. "Necessary liquidity into an outside holding account, temporarily." "Controlled by whom?" Silence. Then Orlan said, "By people who know what they're doing." Nerida let her mouth tremble. "And I don't?" Leora's voice turned soft again, but there was fatigue beneath it now. "You did. Before. But Dante is gone." There it was. The line they all needed her to accept. Dante is gone. Not missing. Not possibly alive. Gone. A fact they were desperate to nail into the room before anyone asked who had bought the hammer. Nerida lowered her eyes. "I need until morning." Orlan cursed. Renzo sat back slowly. Leora's hand tightened. "Why?" "Because if I sign tonight, everyone will say I was pressured at dinner while grieving." Nerida lifted her face, letting intelligence show through just a crack. Not enough to threaten them, enough to tempt them. "But if I sign at the port, at one of the sealed terminal offices, with operating files present and port witnesses nearby, it will look like a business decision." Renzo's gaze sharpened. He liked that. She saw it happen. The greed moved before caution. "Which terminal?" he asked. Nerida pretended to think. "Terminal 4, before dawn. No press, no board." Orlan frowned. "Why before dawn?" "Because crews change at 5. If this is about stability, let the first morning orders go out under the new mandate." Leora studied her, suspicion and admiration flickering together. "You would do that?" Nerida looked at her former assistant. "I want this to be over." That part was true. It was always easier to lie when one sentence inside the lie had a beating heart. They agreed too quickly. That told Nerida they had another deadline pressing against their backs. Maybe Callum Vey's patience. Maybe debt collectors. Maybe the rival syndicate had already begun circling them. Whatever it was, they needed her signature more than they needed comfort. Renzo gathered the papers and placed them in the leather folder. 4:30. 4:45, Nerida said. "I need time to change." Orlan almost smiled. "Wear something practical." Leora looked at Nerida's body again, quick and sharp and mean around the edges. Yes, practical would be best. Nerida did not react. She simply stood, smoothed the navy jacket over her hips, and let them believe the small insult had landed somewhere soft. Maxon was waiting in a black sedan 3 blocks away, exactly where she had told him to be. Nerida slid into the back seat, closed the door, and only then allowed her hands to shake. Not for long. 10 seconds, maybe 15. Maxon said nothing until she removed the memory card from her jacket lining and placed it in his palm. "Records room," she said. "Photographs uploaded to the secure folder. Transmitter is live in the conference suite." Maxon looked at her face. "Did they touch you?" "Only with words." His expression hardened. Sometimes those leave cleaner evidence. He opened his laptop as the driver pulled into the rain. The live audio came through, first as static, then voices. Orlan, furious. Leora, controlled. Renzo, low and sharp. They were still in the conference room, speaking freely now that the emotional widow had gone. "She'll sign at the terminal," Renzo said. "She suggested the cleanest venue herself," Orlan laughed. "Maybe she is useful after all." Leora's voice came next, colder than Nerida had ever heard it. "Don't underestimate her completely. She built half the operating system Dante used, and still came crawling," Orlan said. "Because grief makes even smart women stupid," Renzo interrupted. "Enough. The evaluation goes to the board at noon if she hesitates. The debt transfer must clear before Vay's people lose patience. If she signs, we control reserves, security, and the port accounts by breakfast. If she refuses, we declare instability and remove her anyway." Maxon looked up. Nerida stared at the laptop screen, listening to her enemies build the bridge they would fall from. Then Leora spoke again, and something in her voice made the car feel smaller. "And Dante?" she asked. The silence after his name was different from the others. Heavy. "Wrong," Renzo answered. "Dante is dead," Leora said. "You keep saying that like repetition makes it safer." Orlan snapped. "No one survives that ambush." "No body," Leora said. "Enough blood," Orlan answered. Renzo's voice dropped. If he were alive, he would have moved by now. Nerida's heart began to pound so hard she could hear it over the rain. Leora was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Unless he is waiting to see who reaches for the keys." Maxon did not move. Nerida did not breathe. The audio crackled. Then Renzo said, very softly, "Then we make sure his widow signs before any ghost walks back through the door." By the time Nerida returned home, the rain had stopped. The world before dawn always had a strange honesty to it, too late for night and too early for lies to look polished. She did not sleep. She showered, stood beneath the hot water until her skin flushed, then dressed in the fitted charcoal suit Dante had once loved. The jacket shaped her shoulders cleanly. The trousers moved easily. The color made her look less like a mourner and more like a decision. She pinned her hair low, painted her mouth a deep wine shade, and put her wedding ring where everyone could see it. Then she opened Dante's metal case and removed the secure transfer key. It was small, black and plain, almost disappointing for something men were willing to betray the dead to possess. She placed it in her inner pocket, close to her heart, and looked one last time at the empty bedroom. The drive to Terminal 4 was quiet. Maxon rode beside her, reviewing final instructions in a voice calm enough to make fear feel organized. Mara would trigger the audit trail the moment the false mandate was presented. Financial crime investigators were on standby, but needed one more open attempt to connect coercion to the transfer fraud. Port police were close enough to move, not close enough to be seen. Dante's remaining loyal men had been told only what they needed to know, because loyalty under grief could turn reckless. Everything depended on timing. Everything depended on letting the conspirators speak one final time. Nerida listened, nodded, and watched the first weak silver of morning spread across the harbor. Terminal 4 waited behind locked gates and high floodlights. The containers rose in dark stacks around the yard. Beyond them, the water moved black and slow. Nerida stepped out of the car at 4:46, charcoal suit buttoned, ring visible, transfer key hidden, grief tucked somewhere deep enough not to slow her hands. Renzo's car was already there. Orlan stood near the terminal office door. Leora waited beneath the light, dressed in black now, as if she had finally decided to become the shadow she had been practicing. For a moment, the two women looked at each other across the wet concrete, the false Nerida and the real one. The assistant who had studied power from behind a chair, and the widow everyone had mistaken for an empty seat. Leora smiled first. You look different this morning. Nerida walked toward her without lowering her eyes. So do you. Orlan opened the office door. Warm yellow light spilled across the ground. Inside, the final papers waited on the table. So did the trap they still believed belonged to them. Nerida crossed the threshold, heard the door close behind her, and felt the whole port seem to hold its breath. The terminal office smelled of old coffee, cold metal, and rain drying on concrete. Nerida stepped inside first, because she refused to be herded, and let her eyes move once around the room, without seeming to search. 1 table, 4 chairs, 2 filing cabinets, a wall clock above a cracked window, a security monitor showing the empty yard outside. A coffee machine humming in the corner, as if the whole morning were ordinary. But nothing about that room was ordinary. It sat inside one of the sealed port terminals Dante had built his power around, surrounded by containers, locked gates, camera towers, and men who believed steel made secrets safer. On the table, the final transfer papers waited in a neat stack. Beside them lay a black pen, a portable authorization pad, and a glass of water no one expected her to drink. Renzo Bell stood behind the chair meant for her, with his hands resting on the back of it, smiling like a patient uncle. Orlan Pike leaned against the filing cabinet, already tired of pretending this was polite. Leora Say remained near the door, her black coat still buttoned, her eyes moving over Nerida with a sharpness she no longer bothered to hide. "Sit," Orlan said. Nerida looked at him. Not long. Just enough. Renzo gave a small laugh to soften the command, after it had already revealed too much. "Please, Nerida, we're all exhausted. Let's finish this cleanly." Cleanly. That was the word men used when they wanted the victim to hold still. Nerida pulled out the chair herself and sat. She placed her phone face down on the table, slightly to her right, close enough to touch, but not close enough to look defensive. Her handbag rested at her feet. The secure transfer key sat hidden inside her jacket pocket, warm now from the heat of her body. She could feel it with every breath. Outside, a truck reversed somewhere in the yard, the warning beep faint behind the walls. The sound steadied her more than silence would have. Trucks meant movement. Movement meant schedules. Schedules meant the world was still larger than this room. Leora removed her gloves slowly. "You chose the terminal office," she said. "I have to admit, it was smart." Nerida looked at the papers. "You sound surprised." "I sound relieved," Leora replied. "This looks like business. That helps you." Orlan snorted. "It helps all of us." Renzo's smile thinned. "Orlan." "No," Orlan said, pushing away from the cabinet. "Enough gentle talk. She knows what this is. We know what this is. The only question is whether she signs before dawn, or after we waste another hour insulting each other with manners." Nerida let her fingers rest lightly against the edge of the table. "What is this?" Leora's eyes narrowed a little. "A transition." "A theft," Nerida said softly. For the first time since she had entered the room, no one moved. Then Orlan laughed. It was a short, ugly sound. "There she is." Renzo's face stayed calm, but his eyes hardened. "Careful." "No," Nerida said, looking from him to Leora. "I think we are past careful. You brought me here before sunrise, with forged papers, a fake medical evaluation, and a mandate that hands my husband's companies to people drowning in debt to his rival. I would like to hear what name you prefer for that." Leora stared at her, and for half a second, Nerida saw the old assistant again. Not loyal. Never loyal, maybe, but frightened. The kind of frightened that grows teeth when it finds an opportunity. "You went into the records room." Nerida tilted her head. "Which records room?" Leora's mouth tightened. Renzo moved slowly around the table. "Nerida, grief can make people interpret ordinary precautions as threats." "Don't," Nerida said. The single word was not loud, but it changed the air. Renzo stopped. She looked up at him then, really looked, without the shaking voice, without the lowered eyes, without the soft, broken widow he had spent 2 nights trying to handle. Do not call this grief. Do not dress what you did in sympathy and expect me to admire the tailoring. Orlan stepped closer. You think a few sharp sentences change anything? By noon, that evaluation reaches the board. By 1, your access can be frozen. By tomorrow, the court will have enough concern to slow you down for months. You are one woman sitting in a port office with no husband, no army, and no leverage. Nerida's hand moved gently over the table. No husband. Leora looked away first. There it was, the small flicker. The question they all had, the fear none of them wanted to name too loudly. Dante Orsino was dead because they needed him to be dead. Their plan required it. Their courage required it. Their entire betrayal sat on the idea that the most feared man in the harbor could no longer walk through a door and turn a room cold. Renzo recovered. Dante is gone. You sound rehearsed. I sound certain. No, Nerida said. You sound hopeful. Orlan slammed his palm onto the table. The water glass jumped. Enough. Sign the mandate. Nerida looked at his hand, then at his face. Or what? Or we make this ugly. It became ugly when you sent Leora into a finance office wearing my life. Leora's cheeks colored, not with shame but anger. Your life? She said. You mean the life where everyone bowed because Dante stood behind you? Nerida turned toward her. Is that what you think happened? I know what happened. Leora stepped away from the door, voice low now, trembling with years of resentment that finally had permission to show itself. I sat behind you for 4 years. I watched men who would not have looked at you twice suddenly pretend you were brilliant because Dante Orsino loved you. I watched you walk into rooms with your calm voice and your expensive files, while everyone treated your weight like it was dignity, your silence like strategy. You know what they called me? Helpful, polished, useful. You trained me to stand behind power, then acted shocked when I learned how power worked. Nerida listened quietly, and that seemed to irritate Leora more than interruption would have. You think I copied your clothes because I wanted to be you, Leora continued. No, I wanted to prove how easy it was. Same coat, same earrings, same signature, same soft little voice. Men saw what they expected and opened doors. That is all your authority ever was. Nerida felt the insult brush the old wounds it had been designed to find. Her body, her voice. The way strangers had always assumed softness meant permission. But the pain did not enter deeply anymore. Maybe because she was too tired. Maybe because grief had burned away the smaller humiliations. Maybe because, for the first time in her life, she truly saw the difference between being underestimated and being unseen. No, Nerida said. That is how your fraud worked for one morning. It is not how my authority was built. Leora laughed under her breath. You still don't understand. The board is ready to believe you are unstable. The advisors are ready to move on. The rival houses are circling. You can stand there and make speeches about dignity, but signatures still decide who controls the money. Then slide me the paper. Renzo's eyes sharpened. Orlan stared. What? You wanted my signature? Nerida held out her hand. Slide me the paper. For 1 second, suspicion held them all still. Then greed moved, as it always did, faster than discipline. Renzo picked up the top document and placed it before her. This is the emergency operating mandate. Once you sign, we submit the transfer key confirmation and stabilize the accounts. Under whose temporary authority? Renzo hesitated. The advisory committee. Names. Orlan muttered a curse. Leora said, Renzo Bell, Orlan Pike, myself, and a neutral operations trustee. Chosen by Callum Vey? Silence. Nerida looked down at the document. You should have lied faster. Renzo leaned over the table, both hands flat now, the mask gone. You are not leaving this office with control intact. Do you understand that? You can sign and keep your house, your title, your dignity in public. Or you can refuse and be dragged through hearings where every breakdown, every pound, every tear, every sleepless night becomes evidence that Dante left too much in the hands of a woman who could not survive him. The words were meant to wound. Some of them did. She would not pretend otherwise. Her throat tightened once. Her fingers curled beneath the table, but she did not look away. "You practiced that," she said. Renzo's jaw moved. Nerida reached for her phone. Orlan took a step forward, but she had already tapped the screen. At first, there was only a soft crackle. Then Renzo's own voice filled the room, clear and unmistakable. "By tomorrow noon, one of two things happens. Either you sign a temporary mandate tonight and remain protected inside a structure that respects Dante's memory, or the board receives medical documentation questioning your capacity and votes to restrict your authority while the courts review it." All color seemed to drain from Leora's face. The recording continued. Orlan's voice came next, rough and careless. "Maybe she is useful after all." Then Leora, "Don't underestimate her completely. She built half the operating system Dante used." Nerida, "Let it play," until Renzo's final words settled into the room like smoke. "Then we make sure his widow signs before any ghost walks back through the door." She stopped the recording. No one spoke. Outside, the first true light of morning touched the terminal windows. Orlan moved first. He lunged across the table for the phone. Nerida pulled it back, but she did not need to protect it. The recording had already been copied, time-stamped, and sent through 3 secure channels. Orlan's hand closed on empty air. "You stupid woman," he snapped. Nerida looked at him calmly. "That is the second mistake you've made in this room. What was the first? Thinking I came alone." The office door opened. Not loudly, not dramatically. It simply opened, and 2 uniformed port police officers entered first, followed by financial crime investigators in dark jackets, Maxon Rook, Mara Ellison with a tablet under one arm, and 6 of Dante's remaining loyal men spreading through the doorway like a silent wall. Orlan froze. Renzo stepped back. Leora turned toward the second exit, but it had already opened behind her. More officers waited there. Maxon walked to Nerida's side and placed a thin folder on the table. "The decoy authorization triggered at 12:16 yesterday. 3 attempted transfers were logged from accounts connected to Mr. Bell, Mr. Pike, and an outside holding company tied to Callum Vey's financing group. The forged psychological evaluation has been matched to an unlicensed consultant using a medical credential number that expired 2 years ago. The restricted Doc 17 badge was copied from internal security access and used twice after Mr. Orsino's reported death." Renzo's face had gone gray. "You have no idea what you're interrupting." One of the investigators stepped forward. "Actually, we have a very clear idea." Orlan pointed at Nerida. "She set this up. She lured us here." "Yes," Nerida said. Everyone looked at her. She stood slowly. The charcoal suit shifted cleanly around her. The same suit Dante had once told her made her look like a woman who could run a kingdom. This time, the memory did not hurt as sharply. It steadied her. "I did. I gave you the setting, the hour, the table, the chance to speak plainly, and every opportunity to walk away before proving exactly what you were." Leora stared at her. "You used me." Nerida turned to her. "You wore my name into a finance office and tried to steal my husband's companies while pretending to bring me dinner. Don't complain, because the costume fit badly." Leora's eyes filled with sudden tears. Maybe real, maybe not. It no longer mattered. Renzo made the deal. Orlan brought Vey's men. "I only did what I had to do." Orlan barked out a laugh. "You begged for your part. I was in debt. So were we all. You said Dante was dead." Renzo snapped. "He is dead." The room went quiet again. This time, It was not Nerida who answered. "No," a voice said from the doorway. "I was delayed." Nerida stopped breathing. Every person in the office turned. Dante Orsino stood just inside the terminal entrance wearing a black coat, his face paler than she had ever seen it, a healing cut near his temple, and one arm held stiffly against his side beneath the coat. He looked thinner, tired. Dangerous in a quieter way, but alive. So impossibly alive that for one terrible second, Nerida's mind refused to accept him. Her body understood first. Her hand went to the back of the chair. The room blurred around the edges. Dante's eyes found hers immediately, and everything else in him changed. The coldness remained for the room, but beneath it, for her alone, grief and apology and love moved across his face so fast it almost broke her. No one spoke. Then Leora made a small sound, half gasp, half sob. Orlan backed into the filing cabinet. Renzo stared like a man seeing judgment take human form. Dante stepped farther inside. Two of his men moved as if to help him, but he lifted one hand and they stopped, even wounded, even pale, even returned from the edge of a grave others had already tried to profit from. He commanded the room without raising his voice. "Renzo," he said. "Orlan." Neither answered. His gaze moved to Leora. "You learned my wife's signature." Leora trembled. "Dante, but not her mind." The words landed harder than shouting. Nerida's chest ached. She wanted to run to him. She wanted to strike him. She wanted to ask where he had been, why he had let her bury heir, why he had let her sleep in a house full of ghosts. She wanted to touch his face and prove he was not another trick. Instead, she stood where she was, because the room was not finished, and because he, even alive, was not the rescue. Not this time. Dante seemed to understand. His eyes moved over her face, then down to the papers, the phone, the investigators, the advisors trapped beneath their own voices. Something like pride passed through his pain. He looked at Maxon. How much of this is hers? Maxon did not hesitate. All of it. Mara made the compliance call. "I helped preserve evidence, but Mrs. Orsino built the trap." Dante looked back at Nerida. She could barely speak. "You were alive." His jaw tightened. "Barely. You let them tell me you were dead." Pain crossed his face, real and unguarded. "I woke up 2 days ago in a safe clinic outside the city. By then, I knew the ambush had come from inside our circle. If I returned too soon, everyone would hide. If I waited, they would reach for what they wanted." Her voice lowered. "So you waited?" "Yes. For them." His silence answered before his words did. "For the truth," he said. Nerida nodded once. It was a small movement. "It cost more than it should have. And did you find it?" Dante's eyes did not leave hers. "I found that my wife did not need me to." Something in the room shifted. The loyal men heard it. The investigators heard it. Renzo heard it too, and his face tightened because that sentence did what no legal filing could. It placed authority where it had belonged all along. Dante turned to the officers. "Take them." Renzo exploded then, not with strength, but panic. "You think this ends with us. They financed the debt because your structure was already cracking. Half your people wondered if she could hold the empire. We only said what everyone was thinking." Dante's face went cold enough to make the room seem smaller. "Everyone who thought it is free to resign before noon. Orlan tried one last time. She'll ruin you. She doesn't understand what men like us are willing to do." Nerida stepped forward before Dante could answer. "That is why you lost," she said. "You kept believing this was about men like you." Orlan's mouth opened, but no words came. Leora began crying as officers took her wrists. "I didn't have a choice," she whispered toward Nerida. "They would have destroyed me." Nerida looked at her for a long moment. Somewhere beneath the betrayal, she could still see the young woman who had once stayed late to help reroute storm cargo, who had taken notes with perfect handwriting, who had wanted so badly to be seen that envy had eaten the rest of her. But pity was not pardon. Understanding was not forgiveness. You had choices, Nerida said. You chose people who promised you power if you helped them erase me. Leora's face crumpled. I'm sorry. No, Nerida said. You're caught. The officers led them out one by one. Renzo kept his head high until he crossed the threshold and saw the courtyard filled with police vehicles, financial investigators, and Dante's men watching in silence. Then his posture failed. Orlan cursed until someone closed the door behind him. Leora did not look back. When the office finally emptied, only Nerida, Dante, Maxon, Mara, and 2 guards remained. For a moment, no one knew how to stand inside peace. It felt too sudden, too bright, too thin after all the danger that had filled the room. Mara broke first. Mrs. Orsino, the audit lock is still holding. No funds left reserve control. Nerida turned toward her. Thank you. Mara's face softened. You told me to make them comfortable. And you did. Maxon closed his folder. The board is waiting for instructions. Nerida almost laughed. The board. Of course the board was waiting. The city had nearly stolen her life before breakfast, and business still wanted a memo. She looked at Dante. He looked back, but did not speak for her. That silence mattered. Nerida straightened. Tell them there will be an emergency meeting at 10. Full attendance. Any member who accepted contact from Renzo, Orlan, Leora, or Calamvey's people will disclose it before the meeting or be removed after. All security contracts go under review. Dock 17 access freezes until Mara completes a badge audit. Reserve accounts remain locked until I personally authorize the next movement. Maxon wrote nothing down. He would remember every word. And Mr. Orsino's status. Nerida looked at Dante again. Her husband, her ghost, her wound, her miracle. Alive, she said, but not in command of my office. Dante's mouth moved slightly, almost a smile, almost pain. Fair. Maxon and Mara left quietly. The guards followed after Dante gave one small nod. Then the door closed, and the room that had held conspiracy now held only the 2 of them. For several seconds, Nerida could not move. Dante took one step toward her and stopped. That stop nearly undid her more than if he had crossed the room. He had always been a man who took space without asking. Now he waited, because he knew he had hurt her, even while surviving. His face was drawn with pain, and the hand beneath his coat trembled slightly before he hid it. Nerida, he said. Her name in his voice broke the last wall inside her. She crossed the distance between them and hit his chest with both hands. Not hard enough to injure him, but hard enough to make him exhale. You let me think I buried you. His eyes closed. I know. I slept beside your coat. I know. I listened to men call me unstable, because I missed you so badly I could barely stand in our bedroom. His face twisted. Nerida. No. Her voice shook now, and she did not care who might hear outside the door. You do not get to say my name like that and make this smaller. I understand strategy. I understand enemies. I understand waiting for traitors to move. But I am your wife, Dante, not another piece on the board. He absorbed that without defense. No excuses, no cold command, just pain. You are right. The answer stole some of her anger, because she had expected him to fight for his reasons. I am still furious. You should be. I also want to touch you to make sure you are real. His eyes softened in a way no one else in the city would have recognized. You can. She stepped closer slowly this time. Her hands rose to his face, careful around the cut near his temple. His skin was warm, rough with stubble, alive. A sound escaped her before she could stop it, and Dante bent his head until his forehead rested against hers. He did not grab her, did not pull her in, did not take comfort, as if his survival entitled him to it. He waited, breathing unevenly, until she moved first. Nerida wrapped her arms around him, as gently as rage allowed. He shuddered once against her, and she realized then that he had been holding himself upright through pain, through blood loss, through the unbearable discipline of walking into that room only after she had finished what she started. "I wanted to come sooner," he whispered. "I know. I heard enough through Maxon to know what they were doing. I almost came last night." "Why didn't you?" His breath warmed her hair. "Because you were winning." Nerida closed her eyes. Outside, morning expanded over the port. Crews began moving again. Engines started. Voices called across the yard. The Empire did not stop. It had almost been stolen in the hour before dawn, and now it kept breathing because she had refused to let grief become surrender. By 10, the emergency board meeting had begun inside the upper port office, and by 10:15, 3 board members had confessed to taking calls from Renzo. By 11, 2 had resigned. By noon, the forged evaluation had been forwarded to investigators. The false transfer structure had been frozen, and Callum Vey's name had begun traveling through legal channels he could not threaten into silence. By sunset, every captain at the harbor knew the story, though each version grew sharper with telling. Some said Nerida had walked into Terminal 4 with no guards and taken down 3 traitors with a phone. Some said Dante had returned from the dead to find his wife already sitting on the throne. Some said Leora Sai had worn Nerida's coat, copied her voice, and still failed because she had mistaken style for substance. Nerida corrected none of it. Stories belonged to the port once they entered the air. She cared only that the accounts were safe, the routes were moving, and the people who had tried to erase her were no longer standing between her and her own name. In the weeks that followed, Dante recovered in the private wing of their house and complained about every doctor Nerida allowed near him. She ignored most of it. Sometimes she sat beside his bed with cargo reports while he watched her work, looking both proud and irritated that the world continued without his permission. Their marriage did not become simple because he had survived. Survival was not an apology. Love was not a signature that erased pain. They argued about what he had done, more than once, quietly, fiercely, honestly, and each time Dante listened longer than the feared men of the city would have believed possible. He learned that protecting Nerida did not mean deciding which truths she could bear. She learned that forgiving him would take time, and that taking time did not mean loving him less. That was new for both of them. The logistics empire changed shape under her hand. Security became stricter. Legal walls became cleaner. Advisors who had grown comfortable speaking around her learned to speak to her or leave. Warehouse officers received direct reporting lines. Compliance teams gained authority to freeze suspicious movement without waiting for permission from men in suits. Dock 17 was rebuilt from the inside out. And every emergency transfer now required a system designed by the woman her enemies had thought too emotional to understand the lock. One evening, nearly a month after the terminal arrests, Nerida stood alone again in the glass office above Pier 9. The cranes moved through fog below. The city lights trembled on the water. Behind her, Dante entered quietly, still moving slower than before, though he pretended otherwise. "You should be resting," she said without turning. "You say that like it has ever worked." She looked over her shoulder. "It will when I start locking doors." Dante smiled faintly and came to stand beside her. For a while, neither spoke. Their reflections appeared together in the window. He was still the feared man people lowered their voices around. She was still the woman many had underestimated, until underestimating her became expensive. But the shape between them had changed, not weaker, truer. "They are calling you the widow who trapped the port thieves," Dante said. "I'm not a widow." "No," he said softly, "you are not." She watched a truck turn through the west gate, its headlights cutting through the mist. "And I didn't trap thieves." "What did you trap?" Nerida thought of Leora's copied pearls, Renzo's gentle threats, Orlan's ugly confidence, the forged evaluation, the papers meant to turn her grief and body into proof against her. She thought of every room where someone had assumed softness could not hold a blade. Then she touched the wedding ring on her finger and smiled without looking away from the harbor. I trapped people who believed the cage was theirs. Dante looked at her then, and the pride in his face was quiet enough to be private, deep enough to last. He did not say she had saved his empire. He did not say she had made him proud. He did not say any of the things men say when they still think the victory belongs partly to them because they witnessed it. He simply asked, "What do you want to do next?" Nerida turned from the window, picked up the port expansion file from her desk, and placed it in his hands. "We rebuild," she said. "My way." Dante opened the file. Read the first page, then the second. Slowly, his smile returned, tired and dangerous and full of love. Outside, the harbor lights burned steady through the fog, and Nerida Vale stood at the center of the empire they had tried to steal from her, no longer dressed as a widow, no longer mistaken for a weakness, no longer waiting for anyone to hand her power. She had kept her name, she had kept her work, she had kept her heart, without letting it become a leash. And long after the arrests faded from headlines, people at the port would still speak carefully when they said her name, not because Dante Orsino stood beside her, but because Nerida herself had become the warning, the woman who let her enemies walk into a cage they believed they had built for her, then closed the door with a calm hand, and never once asked permission to own the key.